Chapter 886. Kill. Kill. Hurry up and kill. Behind you. To the left, to the right, above your head. Hurry up. Luo Tian stood at the side and gestured. He was extremely happy in his heart. The queen was a killing machine, his experienced baby. Those low-level demon beasts were all instantly killed by her and his experienced sword. In a short 4 hours, his cultivation technique had reached 90%, and there were only a few hundred experience points left to level up. The queen was suppressing a bellyful of anger. She had been holding it in. I'd like to see how you break through. If you don't break through before dawn, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. The queen said coldly. Luo Tian didn't care at all. He ran out, dragging the corpse of a demonic beast, and shouted loudly, Woo! Oh! Whoa! You trash demonic beasts. All of you come out for me. You bastards, hurry up and come out and bite me. He continued to attract demon beasts. Every time, he would attract a large wave of demon beasts to the queen's side. Then he would run away, hide at the side, and command them. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 18 experience points, 1 essence values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 20 experience points, 1 essence values. There was still a little bit of experience left to level up. Luo Tian released the divine fire, and then crazily released the mountain and river fist and the wolf king's claw, causing the queen, who was at the side, to be confused. Was this brat going crazy? Half an hour later, Luo Tian's essence was used up. He had cultivated the mountain and river fist to the second realm. The proficiency of the wolf king's claw had also risen to the average level. The divine fire, the cooldown time was too slow, and it only increased the proficiency by a dozen points. It was just that the skill necklace could not be used in the ancient continent, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 15 experience points, 1 essence values. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, Queen, look carefully. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up current level, Spirit Martial Realm. Buzz! Luo Tian's body emitted a buzzing sound as all of his attributes were restored. His body, strength, and Yuan Qi were instantly strengthened. The queen could naturally see that this was a sign of a breakthrough. He was stunned in an instant. How did you do it? The queen's expression became extremely serious, and there was a hint of pleading in her eyes as she said, Can you tell me? Beg. This made Luo Tian slightly stunned. Queens were all high and mighty, looking down on everyone. It was very strange that she would have a pleading look in her eyes. Luo Tian thought for a moment and said, Before I tell you, I want to know why you want to know how I broke through. Luo Tian really wanted to know. The queen hesitated for a moment before saying, My younger brother is the same as you. His dantian is incomplete. He is a peerless genius and was once hailed as a genius who could reach the peak of the Emperor realm. But his dantian is now broken and his cultivation is leaking away bit by bit. I want you to help him. Dantian broken? Luo Tian was shocked. He could naturally understand the pain of a broken dantian. Being called trash for a few years was really uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell the queen that he had an upgrade system in his body. He wouldn't tell anyone that he had an upgrade system. This was his most secret. Immediately, Luo Tian pondered for a moment and said, I broke through by hunting monster beasts. I can obtain a kind of energy from the monster beasts you hunt. This kind of energy can help me break through. This kind of breakthrough method might not be able to be used by others. Is that so? The queen frowned and laughed bitterly as she muttered, Brother Yin, big sister is useless. She had a pained expression on her face. One could imagine how much she wanted to help her brother. She had traveled thousands of miles to enter Martial Mountain in order to find a spirit medicine that could cure a broken dantian. However, after searching for a month, she still couldn't find it. Instead, she had encountered an assassin from Devil Sky Sect and had been on the run for half a month. Looking at Luo Tian, she thought that she could find a way to break the dantian without using any spirit medicine. However, when Luo Tian said that, her heart fell to the bottom. Luo Tian didn't know how to comfort her. Because he had the upgrade system, the shattering of his dantian didn't affect him much. However, he could feel the pain of the shattering of his dantian. In the depths of his memory, he still remembered the suffering of all heaven before he transmigrated. Luo Tian said, "There will always be a way. A broken dantian isn't born. Even if it was born, there would still be a way to heal it." The queen raised her eyes and smiled. "I hope so. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Tomorrow, I'll bring you into the depths of Marshall Mountain Range. I want to find a few spirit herbs to cure the scarlet heart poison. You too, you have the scarlet heart poison in your body. If you don't cure it, you won't be able to withstand it." Immediately, the queen turned and left. Luo Tian was unwilling to give up. He wanted to kill until daybreak. That way, his cultivation would reach the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm, and he would be able to obtain the system's reward for the first time. However, Luo Tian thought about the fact that he would be entering the interior of Marshall Mountain tomorrow and was overjoyed. The experience gained from hunting high-level demon beasts is even higher. At that time, leveling up won't be a problem. Ha ha ha. The power of penetration, I'm coming. Wait for me. Seeing that the queen was about to disappear, Luo Tian quickly chased after her. A single man and a single woman living in the same cave. They were both adults. They all had needs. What if the dry would touch the fire and all of a sudden... Wow. Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva. Half an hour later, the two of them returned to the cave. It was just that, at this time, there was someone waiting for him. Bounty hunter Hyena. He had been hiding in the shadows waiting for Luo Tian to return. Last time he was played by Luo Tian and was even hit by Wang Li's palm. He blamed all of this on Luo Tian, and as long as Luo Tian appeared, he would definitely make him pay the most painful price. The queen's eyes were slightly startled as she said in a low voice, "There's someone!" Immediately, her figure blurred and immediately disappeared from the spot. It was too fast, and Luo Tian almost couldn't react in time. She was waiting for the killer of the Devil Sky sect, so her vigilance had never disappeared. Luo Tian braced himself and walked towards the entrance of the cave. He could only act as bait. However, it was also at this time. Hyena walked out and stared at Luo Tian with killing intent. "You dog, you're finally back! I didn't expect you to still be alive. Today, I want to see how you will release your clone again." Hyena was incomparably furious. The dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light and almost instantly attacked. His strength was ferocious and his speed was fast. Luo Tian was startled, then laughed and said, "I've said it before, when we meet again, you will be dead." _ There will be more updates at night. Please support me. Chapter 887. Hyena appeared. This meant that his clone didn't hide from him. From his angry expression, it seemed like Wang Li already knew about it. Wu Shan City knew that he didn't die. This was the 3rd day and also the last night of the bet. If Luo Tian didn't die, then Wang Li would slap Wu Feng in the face. Not to mention Wang Li, the entire spirit conglomerate sect wouldn't allow this. They all saw the potential of Wu Feng. In less than 3 years, he would be noticed by a silver power. By then, the spirit conglomerate sect's power would increase, and they would most likely control the entire Wushan city. Hyena was a very good bounty hunter, although his cultivation wasn't high. However, his ability was very strong. He had once hunted a rank 5 spiritual martial realm warrior who was 1 level higher than him. This was the work that made him famous. The moment Luo Tian appeared, the dagger in his hand pierced through the air. His footsteps were like a ghost as he exploded with the power of a rank 4 spiritual martial realm. He didn't want to kill Luo Tian with this move. He wanted to slowly humiliate Luo Tian and ruthlessly trample on him. He wanted to vent all his anger and displeasure towards Wang Li on Luo Tian. Just at this moment, Luo Tian stood there motionless. Even the queen couldn't help but frown and thought, he's still not dodging. It was too fast. If he didn't dodge, then he would definitely be hit by Hyena. Luo Tian didn't dodge. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up and said, I was afraid of you when you were at rank 2 spiritual martial realm. Now, do you think I'm still the same person as yesterday? Suddenly, the moment Hyena's dagger was about to cut his chest, Luo Tian directly blasted out the divine fire. A ball of flame shot out from his palm. Boom! Hyena had already calculated this move. He sneered and said, Do you think this move can stop me? In an instant, it was unknown where he had taken out a shield from, but he blocked the attack directly. After last time, Hyena was already prepared. This time, he would definitely not let this strange flame interrupt his attack. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Idiot! The heavenly fire fused into the divine fire. Although it did not seem as powerful as before, it had a chance of insta-killing. This was something that the heavenly fire could not do. Other than that, the divine fire had all the attributes of the heavenly fire, ignoring defense. Boom! The divine fire penetrated the shield and landed on Hyena's chest. Hyena's face darkened. Why? Not only him, but even the queen, who was hiding in the dark, was also stunned. She thought to herself, what kind of technique is this? It could actually penetrate the shield. Although the shield was not a spirit treasure, it should have been more than enough to block these small fireball-like flames. How could it penetrate it? Furthermore, the shield is completely undamaged. What else do I not know about him? There was no instant kill. This was within Luo Tian's expectation. A 5% chance was really too difficult to trigger. However, the moment Luo Tian released the divine fire, he quickly moved and released the power of the 4th stage of the spirit martial realm. The moment the divine fire exploded on Hyena's chest, Luo Tian used his left shoulder to stick it and then heavily leaned on it. Boom! Mountain River Fist. Both fists sank and made a slight sound of breaking through the air. A heavy blow came out. It came too fast, and there was no time to react. Hyena took these 2 moves and was forced back a few steps by Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian did not stop there. He once again stuck to it. His 5 fingers formed a claw and released a wolf's howl. He grabbed the air and directly pulled Hyena back. The 3 seconds cooldown was over. Mountain River Fist. Both fists were like cannons as they heavily bombarded out. Boom! Hyena was directly blown away and hit a tree. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was extremely pale. His eyes stared at Luo Tian in shock. Your cultivation, why? Why is it only at the 4th stage of the spirit martial realm? Luo Tian's set of moves could be said to be smooth and extremely beautiful. The divine fire interrupted Hyena's attack. He quickly stuck to it and directly punched out. The moment Hyena was unsteady, he used the Wolf King Claw to grab him back. At this time, the cooldown of the Mountain River Fist had just ended, and he punched out again. Whether it was the time or the connection of the techniques, they were all perfect. There was not a single flaw. Luo Tian had played a lot of fighting games in his previous life. This kind of combo and the connection of techniques was the most basic thing. Hyena was heavily injured. The queen's face was full of shock, and she couldn't help but say in her heart, "Beautiful." The 4th stage of the spirit martial realm was able to use his own techniques and extreme speed to such an extent. Even the geniuses with high talent in the school couldn't do it right. This was too perfect. Why would such a superb fighting technique appear in such a small city? Why wouldn't a big force take a fancy to it? The queen thought for a moment, then frowned and said, "I know, it must be because his dantian was broken. Didn't they think that a broken dantian could still break through from a lower plane? There must be something special about it. We've picked up a treasure. We've really picked up a treasure this time. If he enters the school, He will definitely make those fighting professors drop their glasses, haha. The queen couldn't help but become excited. Looking at Luo Tian, he wasn't as annoying as before. Luo Tian walked to Hyena's side and said with a smile, "Why? There's still a lot of things like why. You killed me once, and you came back to kill me again. Why is that? Did Wang Li tell you to do this?" "Humph. Last time I said that if I met you again I would die. I gave you a chance, and you didn't know how to cherish it. Now you can't blame me." Hyena's chest was about to split open. He couldn't even stand up. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "Please spare my life," not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian punched down with both of his fists, directly killing Hyena. Looking at his corpse, he said, "I have never spared the life of someone who wants to kill me. I will spare you this time, but next time you will still come and assassinate me. Am I King stupid?" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hyena for obtaining 85 experience points, 10 essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Essence Building Pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 69 Profound Coin. Sin value +1. A few notifications sounded. At this moment, the queen walked out from the shadows and stared at Luo Tian, staring at him without blinking. Luo Tian touched his face and said, "Is there a flower on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" The queen shook her head. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her was not ordinary. Whether it was his method of breaking through or his fighting techniques, they were all very strong. This was a treasure. Suddenly, Luo Tian giggled and said, "You must have taken a fancy to me." Brothers, good night. Chapter 888. Originally, his favorability towards Luo Tian had increased a little. However, hearing Luo Tian's words, the favorability immediately returned to negative. The queen coldly glared at Luo Tian and walked into the cave. Wow! A single man and a single woman. And it's also a cave in the wilderness. Isn't the level of this field battle a bit too high? I've never imagined it before. Luo Tian was excited and quickly followed. Before he could enter the cave, the queen's cold voice came out and said, "If you dare to step into the cave at night, I will cut off the thing between your legs." His voice was very serious. He didn't have the slightest intention of joking. Luo Tian clamped his legs together, tightened his chrysanthemum, and immediately stopped. He giggled. "Why would I step into the cave? I just want to be your guard and stand guard for you. There are a lot of rats, cockroaches, and caterpillars in this damp cave." "Humph! Do you think I'm afraid of these things like other girls?" the queen said coldly. Luo Tian scratched his head and said, "I'm not saying that you're afraid. I'm just reminding you, let me go in. And if I meet a caterpillar at night, I can help you catch it. I have good intentions. I definitely won't do anything rash. It might rain at night if I get wet. It won't be good if I catch a cold. What if the scarlet heart poison acts up? Cut the crap. It's best if you die." The queen directly stabbed the cold sword in her hand into the entrance of the cave and said, "If you have the guts, come in and try." Finished. The queen leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. Luo Tian sighed and thought to himself, "The queen is indeed the queen. She really isn't afraid of anything. I don't know if she's really not afraid, or if she's just pretending." Luo Tian really wanted to get some caterpillars, rats, or something like that to try, but he was too tired. He hadn't rested for 2 days and 1 night, and his physical strength had already exceeded his limit. Leaning against the side of the cave, it wasn't long before a light, snoring sound came out. At this moment, the queen's eyes opened slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. After escaping for half a month, she had not rested for a long time. It didn't take long for him to enter his dream. The night passed in silence. Luo Tian wanted something to happen, but he slept too deeply and slept all the way until dawn. Luo Tian stretched his body and stood up to look into the cave. He found that the queen was no longer in the cave. Not far away, there was the sound of a sword breaking through the air. The sound was gentle like a stream, very clear and crisp. It was not a sword practice at all, but a sword dance. Luo Tian walked over. The queen held a cold sword in her hand. She was dressed in black, and her black stockings wrapped around her breasts. Just like the tight t-shirts in his previous life, her breasts were tight and swollen, making her body look exceptionally hot. If she were to wear a pair of super short jeans, it would be even more perfect. That was not right. It should be perfect with a bikini. At this moment, the queen was practicing a set of swordsmanship that Luo Tian could not understand at all. Her black figure was sometimes slow, sometimes agile, and sometimes as fast as lightning. In these movements, her body always maintained that kind of aloof, cold elegance that kept people thousands of miles away. The more it was like this, the more it made people want to conquer her. Luo Tian stood there and thought to himself, "Sooner or later, I will push you down." "You're awake?" The queen withdrew her sword and asked. Luo Tian nodded and said yes. The queen's expression immediately changed, and she said, "You're awake. Why aren't you preparing breakfast for me?" Am I your servant?" Luo Tian immediately shouted. "I'm not hungry if you're hungry. Go get it yourself. I'm not your servant." The queen said, "Then do you still want to go into the mountains with me to kill demon beasts today?" Luo Tian immediately said, "Your Majesty, what do you want to eat? I'll get you all the dragon meat in the sky." Going into the mountains to hunt demon beasts, Luo Tian had been dreaming about this matter last night. With an expert like the queen, she would level up extremely quickly. Hunting demon beasts was too easy, and now was the time he needed to level up. One more level to the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm, and then he would be able to trigger the system's reward system. If the reward was the power of clairvoyance, wouldn't that be? Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and immediately ran out. The breakfast was very sumptuous. There was fish, meat, and salad. This was all from his previous life. He had to do everything himself, and he didn't want to eat unhygienic fast food. So most of the time, Luo Tian cooked by himself. He knew a lot of dishes, and he learned them online. The queen swept everything clean, leaving only a little for Luo Tian. "Not bad. Not bad. You can actually come up with so many tricks in the barren mountains. How many girls have you tricked with this trick?" The queen said indifferently. Luo Tian said, "You're the first one. I don't know if I can trick you into it." The queen sneered and said, "Save it for me." "Your Majesty, I'm full now. Now it's time to get down to business." Luo Tian didn't have the mood to chat with her. Time was limited, so he had to hurry up and level up. After reaching the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm and obtaining the power of clairvoyance, it wouldn't be a problem even if they chatted until the end of time. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly in his heart. The queen's expression changed and said, "You have to keep up." As soon as she finished, her figure flew out like a gust of wind. Luo Tian used all the power of the 4th stage of the spirit martial realm and chased after her. Martial Mountain City. Spirit congregating sect in a small courtyard. Wang Li's expression was very unhappy because Hyena didn't appear in front of him in the morning. In other words, he failed. It was also possible that he didn't find Luo Tian or he escaped. No matter what, he lost the bet with Luo Tian. Losing meant that he had to slap Wu Feng in front of everyone. This morning, the entire Martial Mountain City was talking about this matter. The matter also reached the ears of the patriarch of the spirit congregating sect. He was very angry. Wu Feng was now the treasure of the spirit congregating sect. Slapping him in front of everyone, wasn't that the same as slapping the spirit congregating sect's face? Impossible, absolutely not. Moreover, this might leave a psychological shadow on Wu Feng. If it affected his cultivation, absolutely not. I don't care what method you use. I want that trash called Luo Tian to never appear in Martial Mountain City. This was what the patriarch said to him. It was obvious that the patriarch was angry. If this matter wasn't handled well, He wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Right now, Wu Feng was more important than him. The most important point. Wu Feng had already touched the threshold of the third stage of the spirit martial realm. He was only a little bit away from breaking through. In 3 days, he had broken through twice. This speed was too terrifying. Intermediate talent was too heaven-defying. The double monthly votes began. If you have a monthly vote, then vote for Old Cow. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 889. Wu Mountain Range. Deep in the mountains. The queen flew all the way. Luo Tian chased with all his might. He was only at the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm, so he couldn't fly. He could only rely on his 2 legs to run. He was sweating all the way and his whole body was soaked. He was panting heavily and was very tired. But the queen didn't want to stop at all. She didn't slow down and was still moving forward quickly. She was secretly shocked. It's been almost 2 hours since this morning, and he can still follow me. His body and endurance have surpassed the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm. His potential is unlimited. If his cultivation speed is as fast as he said, then he is definitely a piece of jade. As long as it is polished a little, it will shine brightly. There is an even more important point. If my brother sees him, he will definitely be encouraged and won't be dispirited anymore. Along the way, they met a lot of beasts, but they didn't dare to get close. Completely intimidated by her aura, Luo Tian could feel the fear emanating from the hearts of the demonic beasts even as he ran past them. He was also secretly shocked and said, "Just how high is her cultivation? She can actually scare the beasts like this. This woman is really incredible. It's too hard to conquer her. But I, Luo Tian, am never afraid of difficulties. The more difficult it is, the more challenging it is." Seeing that the queen was about to leave his sight, he gritted his teeth and chased with all his might. Half an hour later, the queen suddenly stopped. She squatted down and carefully dug something. Luo Tian was panting as he walked forward. His hair was dripping with sweat. If he didn't rest, he would be exhausted. He had been running for almost 5 hours in this primitive forest. It was too exhausting. "What spiritual grass?" The queen didn't answer, until she dug up a small purple fruit that emitted a faint purple light. She let out a breath and said, "Purple spiritual grass, the purple spiritual grass that bears the purple spiritual fruit." Luo Tian didn't know much about the spiritual grass in this world. He only said, "Oh," and wasn't too shocked. Seeing his expression, the queen couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you excited?" Luo Tian was so tired that he was half dead. How could he still be excited? "What are you excited about? Is it because of this purple spirit grass that bears fruit?" The queen looked at Luo Tian as if she was looking at a monster and said, "Do you know how rare this purple spirit grass is? It can be sold for thousands of cultivation coins, but you're actually indifferent. This kind of spiritual grass is priceless." Luo Tian still didn't have much of an idea, but he still replied with a soft "oh." The queen was speechless. She carefully looked inside the small bag, then looked around and said, "We should be close to the hinterland of the Wu Mountain Range. The monsters around here should be at least of the 3rd rank. Just follow me and don't mess around." Luo Tian nodded. "That's what I was thinking. Act recklessly? Absolutely not. Right now, he didn't have the strength to act recklessly. Moreover, he knew how powerful a rank 3 monster beast was. Even if he wanted to act recklessly, it would be useless. His attacks would probably only be like scratching an itch for a rank 3 monster beast. Before he could finish his words, a long-armed spirit monkey jumped down from a tall tree. The queen moved her cold sword and carefully dealt with it. This was not the outskirts of the mountain range. They were all high-level monster beasts, so even she had to be careful when dealing with them. However, for her, she could still easily deal with these rank 3 and rank 4 monster beasts. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 56 experience, 2 essence values. Ha ha ha! It's 3 times the experience from yesterday. Today, I will definitely be able to break through to the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm. Luo Tian instantly became excited and said in his heart, "The power of penetration, I'm coming, ha ha ha." The hunt was very fast. Luo Tian's experience points also rose very quickly. By noon, the experience bar had already risen to 50%. In another afternoon, he would definitely be able to level up. Other than hunting monster beasts, the queen also reminded Luo Tian to dig for spirit grass. There were very few people who came from the depths of Martial Mountain. There were all kinds of spirit grass, and after walking a dozen steps, he could see a different kind of spirit grass. Luo Tian did not care at all. He did not care if it was useful or not. As long as it was a spirit grass, he would take it all. These spirit grass could be sold for money outside. He did not forget that he still had the shop system. As long as he had enough profound coin, he could buy the good things in the shop. There were even holy artifacts on the shelves of the shop. Roar! A vicious tiger pounced towards the queen. The queen's sword danced, her body lightly jumped, and instantly landed in another place. This kind of movement technique was like a spear of vengeance in LOL. It was simply too beautiful, too deadly. Every time she attacked, it was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He did not leave any room for the monster to live. There were a few times when Luo Tian almost exclaimed, but she was still able to easily deal with it. At the beginning, in Luo Tian's heart, the queen's cultivation was at most at the martial emptiness realm, but now it was definitely higher. In the ancient continent, the martial emptiness realm was already a very terrifying realm. Higher than the martial emptiness realm, that would be Taiyan or even Wan Huan, who was almost an overlord-level expert. The queen was indeed the queen. This was the capital of the queen. Senior brother, this is her blood. I can already smell it. It seems like she stayed here before. From the looks of it, she has not left yet, and someone helped her. The scarlet heart poison in her body should be more or less removed. If she fully recovers her origin chi, the 3 of us might not be her match. What are you afraid of? It is not that easy to remove the scarlet heart poison. How can the poison of our Devil Sky sect be so easy to remove? She must have gone to find the antidote. Senior brother, are we waiting for her here? Or, number 3, you stay here and wait. Number 2, follow me into the mountains. A middle-aged man in a black robe said slightly. In the past 2 days, they had actually been in the Martial Mountain City, but they did not sense her aura. It was obvious that she had not left the Martial Mountain City. Then, the 3 of them immediately chased after her. They had to take this woman down. Whether it was for the Devil Sky sect or for them, it would be of great benefit. In order to hunt down this woman, they had paid an extremely heavy price. They had spent almost all of their savings over the years. If they couldn't kill her, then they would have suffered a huge loss. Finished, the black-robed man's shadow flashed and suddenly disappeared. His speed was extremely fast. Another person followed, closely behind. There was another person who was quietly lurking in ambush. At noon, Martial Mountain City. Wang Li was still waiting for Hyena. Realizing that Hyena still had not returned, the anger in his heart became even more uncontrollable. He coldly snorted and said, "Men, here, you must bring back that brat's head." "Yes, sir." "Luo Tian, you damn trash. I will definitely kill you." There was another chapter tonight. The old cow was still writing, "Please support me." Chapter 890. The more she killed, the faster she became. The more the queen's sword technique was used, the fiercer it became. In the end, she even forgot herself and completely entered the world of sword intent. She danced. It was too beautiful. Violence, blood, they were equally beautiful. Just like the ninth heaven fairy dancing in the air. Every time she used her sword, she would reap a life. It was also like the god of death dancing on a sharp knife. The feeling was like hell under her sword. The beauty of violence. Luo Tian was the happiest. While admiring the queen's violent slaughter, he dug out the spirit grass, and then looked at the increase in his experience slot. Looking at the power of penetration, his heart was filled with joy. Soon, I'll be at the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm and receive the system reward. Ha ha ha, very excited. This kind of excitement brought with it a sense of pleasure. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 65 experience, 3 points of essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 61 experience, 3 points of essence. The system kept ringing. This feeling was too great. Ever since he transmigrated, Luo Tian had never felt so good. He didn't need to do anything, and his experience was increasing. The most important point was that the cold and noble queen was helping him kill monsters. Although the experience he got wasn't much, but with his current cultivation, getting 60 to 70 experience was already very good. The key was the word fast. If he hunted alone, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to reach the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm. But now, it only took 1 day. It's another spirit grass. I wonder how much these spirit grass are worth. Luo Tian didn't know what grade the spirit grass he dug out was. Because he didn't practice alchemy, sometimes he wanted to use his profound qi to fuse with his alchemy technique. This way, he would know the grade of these spirit grass and be able to refine pills. However, in the end, Luo Tian didn't do so. The profound qi could only upgrade one type of support type cultivation method. Alchemy technique was indeed important, but right now, it wasn't the most important. Then again, if he had to start all over again, Luo Tian really wanted to know if it was possible to cultivate the alchemy techniques of the ancient continent. This way, Luo Tian wouldn't have to waste his essence qi. Although the alchemy technique he practiced came from the main character of Battle Through the Heavens, Xiao Yan, and had a certain effect, Luo Tian wasn't sure what would happen after the fusion. Therefore, Luo Tian didn't rush to use his profound qi. Suddenly, the queen's expression was slightly startled. Then, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. She suddenly withdrew her long sword. Then, she flew up like a swallow and landed on a cliff. Scorching sungrass. It's a type of red heart detoxification spiritual grass. He suddenly discovered it. There was only one way to cure the scarlet heart poison, and that was to fight poison with poison. This was the best and most practical method. The scorching sungrass was the best choice. However, just the scorching sungrass was not enough. He also needed to find 2 other spiritual grasses that could be used together. The queen suddenly left. The demon beast that was originally rushing towards her lost its target. Its ferocious eyes suddenly looked at Luo Tian. The primitive and ferocious aura that exploded out directly crushed Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian secretly trembled. "Phut! Your Majesty, save me!" Luo Tian immediately retreated. There were 3 demon beasts rushing towards him. 2 of them were at the 3rd rank, and 1 was at the 4th rank. No matter if it was a solo fight or a group fight, Luo Tian didn't have the slightest chance of winning. The 4th rank of the spiritual martial realm was not enough. Luo Tian wasn't stupid enough to rush up and fight with the 3 demon beasts that he couldn't deal with. Instead, he turned around and ran as fast as he could. He used all of his strength and shouted in shock, "Your Majesty, save me!" The queen's body was pressed against the cliff. Looking at Luo Tian's embarrassed appearance, she didn't know why she wanted to laugh. She wasn't in a hurry to help. Instead, she gently landed and stood on a big tree. She smiled and said, "Do you still know how to be glib?" "I don't dare. I really don't dare." Luo Tian said this, but in his heart he secretly said, "Don't wait for me to reach the 5th rank of the spiritual martial realm. When I get the power to see through everything, I must see your body completely. Even if you're wrapped tightly, it's useless. I want to see everything. Just you wait." While speaking, Luo Tian looked at the experience slot again. There's still 1% left to level up. Soon, soon. Seeing that the three demon beasts were about to catch up, the queen's body moved agilely. The cold sword carried a cold aura. With a sword strike, it directly split the body of a demon beast into two. A large amount of blood spurted out. Then, with a sideways movement, the black figure turned illusory. Swish, swish, 2 sword thrusts, instant kill. Every sword strike was aimed at the demonic beast's vital points. Luo Tian's body collapsed, and he directly sat on the ground, panting heavily, and said, "Thank you, Queen, for saving me. This brat has no other way to repay you, so I can only repay you with my body." The Queen's face was ice-cold as she glared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said in all seriousness, "Hee, I'm just joking. How can I repay you with my body? I'm such a cool, handsome man. How can I repay you with my body? Even if I'm willing, my wives won't be willing." The Queen couldn't help but laugh and said, "You still have a wife? You're just a stinking hooligan. Which girl would fall for you? Could it be that you used force to snatch a girl from a lower plane?" "Huh." Luo Tian said, "How about we make a bet?" The Queen said in a deep voice, "What bet?" At this moment, 2 black figures landed. The middle-aged man in a black robe laughed coldly and said, "I didn't expect the proud daughter of Cloud Mist College to be flirting with a country bumpkin in the wilderness. If outsiders knew about this, it would shock the entire continent. Humph! Yunmeng, let's see where you can run to today." The Queen's name was Yunmeng. She was the proud daughter of Cloud Mist College. Cloud Mist College was one of the 4 famous colleges in the ancient continent. It was extremely powerful, and it was even more amazing to be the proud daughter of the college. Yunming's expression suddenly changed. Luo Tian was also secretly shocked and thought, "Cloud Mist College? Isn't that the place that the patriarch of Hua Shan mentioned? There are spirit treasures he left behind there. I wanted to look for them after settling the matters in Marshall Mountain City, but who would have thought? The Queen is actually a student of Cloud Mist College." Yunming's expression became extremely cold. She looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Devil Sky Sex Mad Dog really has good methods, chasing me for hundreds of thousands of miles and still not letting go. But today, I want the 2 of you to die here." While they were talking, Yunming said in a low voice, "Run! Brothers, in the last 2 days of 2014, I beg for monthly votes so that I can draw a perfect end to 2014. On the 1st of 2015, I will give everyone a surprise." Chapter 891. Run. When Yunmeng said this word, she even stuffed a space bag into Luo Tian's hands. Then, she looked at him seriously and shouted loudly, "Run!" As soon as he finished, the cold sword in Yunming's hand trembled, and in that instant it erupted with a power that Luo Tian had never seen before. The sword Qi was graceful, and directly attacked the middle-aged man in black robes. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. This power, this sword Qi, was something that he had never seen before. It was extremely powerful. It had already surpassed the realm that he could reach. While they were talking without any hesitation, Luo Tian took to his heels and fled as if his life depended on it. He could not control Yunmeng. If he continued to stay here recklessly, he would only be a burden to her. Luo Tian was very clear on this point. Without him here, she would be able to kill without restraint. "Senior brother, what about that trash in the spirit martial realm?" "Humph! That brat will be eaten by demon beasts, even if we don't chase after him." "Forget it! Don't chase after him. Let's get rid of this woman, who is ranked 3rd on the Devil Sex bounty list first. Her head is worth a lot of money. For this woman, we have paid everything. If we don't kill her, we won't have the face to return to the Devil's sect this time." The 2 of them chatted for a while. Seeing Yunming's cold ice sword Qi attacking them, they did not move at all. It was as if they were completely ignoring it. The middle-aged man in black robes looked at Yunming and counted. 1, 2, 3. 10 fall for me. Buzz. Suddenly, the essence in Yi Yunming's body was instantly sealed, and she could not use it at all. The strongest attack of the Xian NYU swordsmanship was instantly sealed, and its aura was completely gone, its power was completely gone, and even the shocking sword qi was gone. The essence was sealed. It was impossible to unleash the power of the Xian NYU swordsmanship with brute force alone. Bang! Yi Yunming's body sank, and she almost fell to the ground. Her face turned purplish black, which was a sign of poisoning. The scarlet heart poison suddenly flared up. The primordial qi in her body was sealed. Her expression was cold, and her eyes were filled with shock. The scarlet heart poison in her body had already been sucked out by Luo Tian. The remaining bit of poison was unable to completely suppress the yuan qi in her dantian, but now, ha ha ha! The middle-aged man laughed coldly. His shadow fell and landed 3 meters away from Yi Yunming. He kept his guard up and laughed excitedly. You didn't expect this, did you? Do you think that by sucking out more than half of the scarlet heart poison in your body, you can escape my control? The antidote for the scarlet heart poison is not difficult to concoct. But as long as there's still poison left in your body, I can make it so that you can't release any of the vitality in your dantian. Ha ha ha! The proud daughter of Cloud Mist College. To think that you would have such a day. Ha ha ha! The middle-aged man was extremely excited. When he saw the shock in Yi Yunming's eyes, he felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Behind him, another man took out an incense burner from his back. There was something burning in the burner that was emitting a wisp of white smoke. The white smoke quickly blended into the air and disappeared. The man sneered. The scarlet heart poison isn't some rare poison, but this spirit-sealing grass is different. As long as you still have the scarlet heart poison in your body, as long as this spirit-sealing grass is lit up and you breathe in this smell, even if there's only a tiny bit of the scarlet heart poison in your body, it will instantly flare up and seal all the yuan qi in your dantian. Ha ha ha! Yi Yunming, you wouldn't even dream of it, right? This is our true killing move. Ha ha ha! The man also laughed complacently. Yi Yunming frowned and stood up shakily. She said coldly, "The Devil Sky sect has always been despicable and sinister. Today I've seen it for myself. You guys are even more shameless than the rumors." The black-robed man laughed. "There's no other way. In terms of cultivation, we can't compare to you. But in terms of despicableness and sinisterness, even 10,000 of you aren't my match. Ha ha ha! I also have no other choice. Who likes to destroy flowers? Who asked your head to be so valuable? You're ranked 3rd on the Devil Sky sect's bounty board. That's 6 million cultivation coins. With this amount of cultivation coins, ha ha ha, I'll be rich." Money was only important to warriors or ordinary people. In the ancient world, it was especially important. In the Devil Sky sect, there was a bounty board. In the sect, there was also a bounty board. The higher the ranking, the higher the bounty. Similarly, it was also harder to kill. Ranked 3rd on the Devil Sky sect's bounty board was Cloud Mist College's proud daughter, Yi Yunming. Others could forget about it. Whether it was the Devil Sky sect or the righteous sects, all the major academies hunted each other. In the process of hunting, many people's bounties would also increase. The higher the ranking, the more famous you would be. It was similar to the bounty in One Piece. Many people hunted crazily for this board and crazily increased their cultivation. But just this alone was far from enough. On the Devil Sky sect's bounty board, there were many people with higher cultivation than Yi Yunming. The reason why she was able to bid for 3rd place was because of her innate potential, her influence on the Devil Sky sect's future. On the Devil Sky sect's bounty board, the bounty for the 1st place was as high as 1 billion cultivation coins. This was more than 10,000 years ago. It was the sect's #1 expert, Hong Qianji, and the 1st place on the sect's bounty board was also the Devil Sky sect's #1 expert. These 2 first places had not changed for more than 10,000 years. Yi Yunming stood up straight. Her expression was still cold and noble. With a cold voice, she said, "If you want my life, then come." Before she could finish her words, her body suddenly sank. She was extremely weak. Her entire body was on the verge of collapse, as if the wind could blow her down. "Senior brother," the person who spoke swallowed his saliva and looked at Yi Yunmeng with a lustful gaze. Yi Yunmeng is the #1 beauty of Cloud Mist College. Her admirers can surround Mist City 3 times. Look at the cold aura on her body. It makes people unable to help but have the desire to conquer her. "Senior brother, since she's going to die anyway, why don't you let me?" "Hee hee," the black-robed man smiled lewdly and said, "Junior brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go." "Thank you, senior brother, thank you." Finished. After throwing down the incense burner with the spirit-sealing grass, he immediately pounced towards Yi Yunmeng like a hungry wolf. Drooling, he laughed and said, "Little beauty, I'm coming. Today, I'll let you have a good time, ha ha ha. There are so many geniuses in Cloud Mist College who can't get a woman. I never thought that I, Zhou Sampi, would be so lucky, ha ha ha." Yi Yunming's expression changed slightly. She pointed her sword in the air and shouted, "Don't come over, don't come over." The long sword was trembling. The vitality in her body was sealed. The scarlet heart poison was acting up to its maximum extent. She was almost unable to hold on. Zhou Sampi said with a lewd smile, "Don't waste your time. You can't use any vitality after being poisoned by the scarlet heart poison. Just be obedient." While they were talking, Zhou Sampi directly hugged her. Chapter 1. Chapter 892. Let's talk about Luo Tian. He ran for his life and only stopped when he was sure that no one was chasing him. After he stopped, he didn't even think about it, as he immediately went to look for the monster and started to shout in the forest. Like a madman, he wanted to level up. He had to level up. He only needed the experience of one monster to break through to the 5th stage of the spiritual martial realm and receive a special reward from the system. No matter what it was a chance for him to fight for it. No matter what it was, he would go back. Other than the system reward of the 5th stage of the spiritual martial realm, he also had a divine fire skill that had never produced an instant kill. He could only pray that he would succeed this time. "Come on. Come and bite me again. If you can't bite me to death, I'll kill you." Luo Tian leaned against a huge rock. His body was covered in blood, his clothes were torn, and there were a few wounds on his chest that were so deep that bones could be seen. His lips were white and his face was very ugly. For meters away from him was a lion with a fiery red mane. It was even taller than Luo Tian. There were also a few wounds on its body, but these wounds were insignificant compared to Luo Tian's. Luo Tian leaned against a triangular boulder. Under his feet was a sharp stick. It was impossible for him to kill this rank 3 monster with his own cultivation. He could only use his wits. The lion roared fiercely, its 2 thick fangs flashing with a cold light, as if it was angered by Luo Tian. Its front claws dug into the ground, and in an instant it suddenly rushed out. Roar! The sound was devastating. The sound formed a ferocious pressure, using the pressure to crush Luo Tian. Luo Tian almost fainted. He bit his tongue until it bled and said fiercely, "I've done everything for this attack. I can't let you live." While they were talking, Luo Tian directly shot out a divine fire. He cursed in his heart. "You are also the upgraded version of the strange fire. Can you fight for me? Can't you kill me in 1 second?" He was really annoyed. He had used the divine flame so many times, yet not a single instant kill had occurred. Achieving a 5% success rate was far too difficult. It was the same this time. A pitiful number floated above the lion's head. F***CK. Godly flame, go to hell. Luo Tian cursed. At this time he was very nervous. Whether he could succeed or not depended on this move. He slightly squatted down and roared towards the lion in the air, Come and bite me!" The lion was completely enraged and pounced down crazily. Between the flashes of lightning, Luo Tian abruptly picked up the extremely hard stick that he had prepared earlier. Using the bottom of the stick as a support against the rock, he viciously stabbed the lion's jaw. Ah, Walala! Bang, bang, bang! It was a hit. The lion roared angrily and clawed at Luo Tian with its front claws. Its body struggled with all its might, and the sharp stick was about to break from the pressure. However, half a minute later, blood flowed all over the ground. The lion's body twitched a few times before it died. The greater the power of its pounce, the higher the damage. At this moment, Luo Tian silently prayed in his heart, "Don't use the power of clairvoyance. Please give me a type of superpower." He wanted to save her. He was very clear in his heart that the reason why the black-robed man dared to chase after them was because they had nothing to fear and definitely had a backup plan. Yunmeng would definitely suffer. And he also felt that he could not let it go. The woman that I have my eyes on, if anyone dares to touch her, I will *CK over his 18 generations of ancestors. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for hunting lion for obtaining 190 experience, 12 essence values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level, Spirit Martial Realm. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the reward system. The reward item is, at this moment, Luo Tian's heart stopped. God bless me. Please give me superpower. The reward item is Hulk Strength. Hulk Transformation Card 1. What? Luo Tian was startled. He opened the system, and a card of Hulk from his previous life's Avengers appeared on the page in his mind. Item: Hulk card unique. Method of use: click duration 5-minute strength unknown, speed unknown. Description: once used, the user's rationality will not be controlled and will be incomparably manic. Luo Tian was stunned and muttered to himself, "Didn't they say that it was the power of Superman, the power of God, and Thor's power? Could it be a transformation card? Once triggered, I can use these cards and completely transform. Even the mode is the same?" Then, in the system reward, other than the power of the heroes in Hollywood movies, there was also the power of the beautiful girl. Don't tell me I have to become a woman. Song: the power of lust. Damn, this should I transform and let my brothers have some fun first? Luo Tian suddenly became evil. He did not see the full details last time and only knew that the reward was the power of Superman. He did not expect it to be a card-type reward. Once used, he could transform. This Luo Tian almost could not accept it. But, Hulk, this guy is really too fierce. That kind of violence, that kind of uncontrollable power, when used, is too awesome. He is one of the most awesome heroes in the Avengers. Suddenly, Luo Tian was excited. When he leveled up, the injuries on his body were healed, but his physical strength was not enough. However, he did not rest for a second at all and ran back frantically. "Your Majesty, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, how can I use the power of X-ray vision to see your body?" On the way back, Luo Tian put the scorching sungrass in the cloth bag into his mouth and chewed it. The scorching and unbearable aura entered his body. It was like drinking high-concentration liquor, burning from his throat to his stomach and then exploding from his stomach like a bomb. It was very uncomfortable, but at the same time it felt very good. He could clearly feel that the scarlet heart poison in his body was disappearing. There was very little poison in his body. One scorching sungrass was enough. The man in the black robe chopped down with his hand. At this moment, Yunming's eyes suddenly widened. Even if she was poisoned, even if she was on the verge of fainting, she would still wake up the moment she felt danger. This was her instinctive reaction. It was also something that she had experienced in the past and the capital to save her life. It was just that this time her power was too weak. Without the support of vitality, even the most powerful technique could not unleash its power. Moreover, the man in the black robe easily dodged this attack and laughed sinisterly. You are indeed poisoned, ha ha ha. Yunmeng, go and die. Yunmeng was unwilling. She had never accepted her fate, but now she had no choice but to close her eyes. She laughed bitterly in her heart and thought to herself, if anyone can save me, I can even marry him. I really want to live. At this moment, an angry roar came from the forest. Hulk, transform for me! I'm sorry for the late update. Recently, some things have happened at home. The old cow is really powerless. There are problems with the update. The old cow sincerely apologizes to all the brothers. Number one. I will definitely write a little more. It can be considered an apology. If you still have monthly votes, please support me. It doesn't matter if you don't vote. Seeing more than 100 monthly votes today, the old cow's heart was only touched. Thank you all. Chapter 893. Hulk, transform for me. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His voice exploded. A towering tree was the first to be uprooted and flew straight up from the forest, bringing with it a hoo-hoo sound as it tore through the air. Wherever the tree went, it would be a mess as all the trees were snapped. Leaves flew everywhere. At this moment, Luo Tian bared his teeth and roared. This roar was like the roar of the earth, shaking one's heart and lungs, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. The middle-aged man in a black robe's body swayed slightly as he lost his balance. He originally wanted to kill Yi Yunmeng as this was his best opportunity. But if he were to make a move now, that flying tree would send him flying. After thinking for half a second, he suddenly retreated and shouted, "Who is it? You dare to interfere in the matters of the Devil Sky Sect? Do you want to die?" The Devil Sky Sect was extremely powerful on this continent, and ordinary people did not dare to provoke them. Even the gold powers would have to think twice. However, his voice fell, but there was no reply. Rumble. The flying tree crashed into a rock, shattering it into pieces and letting out an explosive sound. The black-robed man's face darkened as he was secretly shocked. What kind of power is this? This is unbelievable. Yi Yunming's expression was also secretly shocked. Who could it be? To have such a powerful power, one's cultivation must be above the Tai-Yen realm. This pure power is too terrifying. Even the god of power of cloud, Mist College, would find it difficult to do so. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. There was no sound at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the surroundings were in a mess, it would be as if no one had appeared. However, the black-robed man's mind was assaulted by an inexplicable pressure. This pressure was extremely huge, and he had no choice but to be cautious. Looking at the target that he had been chasing for more than half a month, the target that was so close to him, he still endured it. Who exactly are you? Before meddling in other people's business, it's best if you don't meddle in my Devil Sky Sect's business. Otherwise, the Devil Sky Sect will chase you for thousands of miles without waiting for him to speak. A huge black shadow descended from the sky. Just now, after Luo Tian transformed into the Hulk and uprooted a towering tree, his feet sank and his whole body flew directly into the air. He had been falling heavily for a long time. At this moment, he was like a heavy bomb. This aura, this speed, this power was simply fatal. The black-robed man's face changed as he jumped back and quickly. However, no matter how fast he was still too slow. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Next, the black-robed man, robed 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 man, heaven, earth, robed heavens, robed man, robed God, robed. Ah, Luo Tian's entire body was green. The muscles on his body looked as though they were made of steel. His shirt was torn apart, leaving only half of his pants to cover his little brother. His expression was abnormally angry, manic, and the anger on his body suppressed everything. This aura, it was simply too ferocious. Dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. The black-robed man was in a daze. He had no idea what the big green thing in front of him was. Was it a human? Was it a monster? What was it? How could there be such a race in the ancient continent, such a human? Not only him, Yunmeng was also dumbfounded. She thought that it was a rogue cultivator who happened to meet him and wanted to save her. Right now, she was also in a daze. She had no idea what the big green thing in front of her was. Furthermore, she suddenly thought of a question. Even if the black-robed man wanted to kill her, she would marry whoever saved her? Could it be, I have to marry this big guy? No. A woman's brain was always unpredictable, and she was still thinking of such a question at this time. Of course, Yunmeng was also a woman. Although she was a queen-type woman, she would sometimes think of some silly questions. Looking at the big green thing, she shook her head in her heart and said, I don't want to marry him. The black-robed man was flipped over and quickly retreated, landing at a relatively safe distance, and asked, Who are you? The Hulk version of Luo Tian completely ignored him. His current state of mind was very blurry. His brain was completely out of control. His two green eyes suddenly swept around and directly stared at Yunmeng, who was closer to him. Then, with a push of his hind legs, he directly pounced forward. Yunmeng was dumbfounded once again. He's not here to save me, but to kill me? In that instant, the black-robed man made his move. He could not let the monster in front of him snatch Yunmeng away. It was absolutely impossible. This was the prey that he had exhausted everything, bitterly chased for half a month, the prey that was worth over 3 million profound coins. He definitely could not give it to anyone else. She's mine. A sword struck out. It was extremely fast. The Hulk version of Luo Tian did not have any sense of defense at all, and still pounced forward. Ding! A sword pierced Luo Tian's back. Luo Tian's body suddenly sank and fell from the sky, standing in place without moving. The black-robed man was dumbfounded. What the F***CK? His sword could not even pierce through the big green man's skin. What kind of defense was that? It was too damn strong. His face changed. Although the sword strike just now was not at full strength, it was enough to heavily injure him. However, he felt as if he had stabbed a thick steel plate. How could the defense of this body reach such a level? It was impossible. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly turned his head. His eyes filled with rage as he stared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's hand speed was extremely fast. With a sword art in hand, he continuously stabbed out more than a dozen times, stabbing his entire body. Even if he tried his best, it was still the same. At this moment, he could feel the anger on the big man's body and wanted to escape. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly roared and directly grabbed onto the black-robed man's leg and threw him backwards. Bam! He pulled him up and threw him forward again. Bam! He threw him backwards and then forward. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang out. The black-robed man had no strength to resist at all. He could only let Luo Tian throw him around. The black-robed man was seeing stars, and his eyes were turning black. He kept trying to struggle, but he couldn't break free at all. This big guy's strength was too strong. It was like an iron chain had locked his feet. Let go. Be ***starred. Let go of me. You can't afford to offend my Devil Sky sect. If you kill me, the Devil Sky sect will not let you off. You dog, let go of me. The black-robed man continued to clamor. Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly stopped, and in that moment his other hand grabbed onto the black-robed man's other leg, and with both hands he ruthlessly tore him into two from the middle of his little brother. Chapter 1. On the last day of 2014. Brothers, don't waste your monthly votes. If you don't vote now, it will be next year, ha ha ha. Chapter 894. It was a complete mess. The black-robed man was an expert of the martial void realm, but he was actually torn into two halves. This power, too fierce. There was no way to describe how fierce it was. Ah! The black-robed man let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was torn into two halves. Hulk fiercely threw him a few more times. Seeing that the black-robed man was no longer crying out, he threw him dozens of kilometers away. At the same time, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player! A very strange voice made him stop in his tracks and stare blankly. Yunmeng had seen everything that had just happened. He was really scared silly. She had climbed up from a pile of corpses and had experienced everything. Her hands were stained with blood, and she had entered an extremely dangerous forbidden area. She had broken through a domain that the strong did not dare to enter, but now she was dumbfounded, shocked, looking at the big green barbarian. Her queen's cold and noble temperament was instantly shattered. Furthermore, it was shattered, and there was no longer the slightest bit of her cold and noble temperament. She looked at the big guy foolishly and muttered, "Is it a barbarian? Is it a demon beast? Or is it a mysterious special race? To be able to kill a martial void realm cultivator." Furthermore, he didn't use any cultivation technique and relied on pure strength to kill. This kind of strength was too terrifying. At the very least, she was no match for him. Now, she realized a problem. The guy in front of her was completely out of control, and he was in a state of rage. In addition, his physical defense was close to invincible, so the possibility of her killing him with the dandruff was basically zero. The most important point was that she was still poisoned by the Scarlet Heart poison. Her vitality was sealed and she was unable to use it. It was even more impossible for her to break through the big guy's defense. No matter what, she was definitely going to die. The system beep ended. The Hulk version of Luo Tian's body trembled, and once again walked towards Yunmeng. Bam! 1 step. Bam! 2 steps. Bang! Bang! Yunmeng propped herself up and stared at the big green man. Her face was ugly as she said, "Before I die, can you tell me who you are?" Luo Tian couldn't answer at all. Even if he could answer, he wouldn't. In his mind, the woman in front of him appeared red, like an alarm. "Can't kill her, can't kill her, can't kill her." This was Luo Tian's consciousness controlling Hulk. When Hulk walked to Yunmeng's side, he suddenly stopped. His brows furrowed, and a calm and caring expression appeared on his face. He lifted Yunmeng up and propped himself up on his hind legs. Phew! He leaped hundreds of meters into the air. Then, boom! It landed heavily on the ground. Then he jumped again and landed again. All the demonic beasts within a radius of thousands of kilometers were roaring in fear. They crawled on the ground, not daring to move. The adventurers who were hunting demonic beasts in the surroundings were looking at the sky with fear in their eyes. What is that? What monster? What power is this? Is this a god? Many people saw the scene. Yunmeng wanted to struggle desperately, but after landing for the first time, she fainted. She was too tired. She had been poisoned until now, and her mind was on the verge of collapse. Coupled with another heavy shock, she couldn't resist at all. At the moment when she fainted, she secretly said in her heart, "He won't take me to his savage cave and make me his wife, right? I don't want to." Luo Tian didn't have consciousness. It was completely chaotic. However, he knew in his heart that the woman in his arms was very important to him. He couldn't hurt her, and he couldn't let anyone hurt her. Therefore, he wanted to find a safe place. What was a safe place? He was completely unconscious. A few minutes later, they had already fled for dozens of miles. They landed in a quiet valley. Immediately, the time of Hulk's transformation had ended. Luo Tian hugged his head with both hands. A sharp pain surged in his body. At this moment, he used his last bit of strength to put Yunmeng far away from him and ran out of the valley. Pain! It came from the sword wound on his back. Several sword wounds from his abdomen. Hulk's body couldn't even be broken by armor-piercing bullets, let alone the power of the void martial stage. The power of the black-robed man couldn't even be counted as an itch for him. However, after the transformation ended, Luo Tian immediately turned back to himself. He was only at the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm and couldn't resist this kind of power. Although it had already passed, although this kind of pain wouldn't take Luo Tian's life, but the pain of breaking his bones was really unbearable. Damn. After the transformation, the pain on my body actually stayed until now. Damn it. Luo Tian gradually regained his consciousness and cursed. This was also the weakness of the transformation. The pain didn't stay until now. If he was still Hulk, he wouldn't be grateful for this kind of pain. However, his body couldn't take it, so there was this kind of pain. Couldn't take it. Luo Tian also fainted from the pain. Half an hour later, Luo Tian woke up from the pain. His body was covered in sweat as if he had died once. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at his body. I'm naked. I only have a pair of underwear left. If I transform in the future, I'll definitely need to prepare some clothes. Hulk is still a bit better. If I transform into King Kong, if I transform into Fireman, if I transform into Fireman. I'll definitely not wear any clothes, ha ha ha. Luo Tian's heart was lustful as he laughed a few times. Although he was in a daze just now, it wasn't him but Hulk. He was very clear about everything that had happened. Thinking of Hulk's manic, berserk, and furious power, his heart couldn't help but boil. This system's reward is much better than the cultivation method's reward. Even a martial void realm expert was directly killed. This is really too awesome. It's just that I'm a little unhappy. This kind of transformation card can only be used once, and once it's gone, it's too annoying. If it comes a few more times, wouldn't I be able to destroy the ancient continent in minutes? Level up. Break through. Only the higher the level, the more transformation cards you will get. At that time, ha ha ha, this is too awesome. Luo Tian's blood was boiling, and his heart was once again determined to become stronger. He praised in his heart, this level 2 system is really too awesome. While they were talking, his eyes stared blankly and said, Yunmeng is poisoned, I wonder how she is now. Immediately, Luo Tian immediately ran towards the valley and thought to himself, don't tell me you want me to give her poison again. This time, even if I want to suck it, I have to suck the clothes on her body first. Otherwise, I will suffer a huge loss, hee. Your Majesty, I'm coming. Chapter 2. Thank you to Follow Your Heart for the 10,000 book coins, Piao Hong, to answer the question of monthly votes. Ordinary users, other than the Alliance Master, can only vote 5 monthly votes a month. The Alliance Master title can vote more, except for the reward. Chapter 895. Luo Tian walked into the valley with a very surprised mood. Along the way, he was imagining things. When he thought of Yunmeng, the evil fire in his heart couldn't help but burst out. When the time comes, I'll do this first. Then I'll do that, and finally, ha ha ha, I'm really a genius. Luo Tian laughed very lasciviously in his heart. Anyway, she was in a coma. He could take off her clothes, take a look, and then help her put them on. In this barren mountain valley, who would know? When she woke up, he would pretend that he didn't know anything. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed treacherously. However, when he walked into the valley, his eyes darkened and his expression immediately changed. He complained in his heart, damn, how did this woman wake up so quickly? Wasn't she poisoned? Isn't the medicinal properties of this scarlet heart poison too weak? Actually, Luo Tian did not know that without the stimulation of the spirit sealing grass, with Yunming's cultivation, she would not be able to seal the essence in her dantian. Therefore, she woke up a few minutes earlier than Luo Tian, but she was still thinking about what had just happened. Her mind was filled with images of Hulk, and she kept muttering in her heart, I don't want to marry him. I don't want to marry him. She had been struggling with this problem for half an hour. Seeing that Luo Tian had arrived, his brows relaxed, and he asked curiously, Why are you here? Luo Tian did not want her to know that he was that Hulk. He panted heavily and said, You told me to run, and after running for a while, I suddenly realized that I was a man. How could I leave a woman like you behind? If that's the case, am I still a man? So, at that time, I didn't even think about it, and immediately killed my way back. Isn't it just a disciple of the Devil's Sky sect? I'm not afraid of them. I want to save you. You are my queen, but I don't know what happened. But a strong wave of air suddenly swept over, and I didn't even know what happened before I was knocked down, and the clothes on my body were torn apart. When I woke up, my surroundings were in a mess, and then I saw a big green guy carrying you and jumping around in the sky. Let me see. How can this be? The woman that I Luotian have taken a fancy to. I know. How can my Luotian's queen be kidnapped by a barbarian? I was furious then. It chased after him crazily, just now. I taught that big green guy a lesson. He bullied my woman. Queen, does he want to die? Before he left, he even said that he would never dare to bully you again. Luo Tian was like telling a story. In this story, he was the real brave and handsome hero who saved the damsel in distress. His saliva flew everywhere as he spoke. Coupled with the rich expressions on his face, it was even more vivid and vivid. He was even more impressive than the storytellers under the bridge. Yun Meng rolled her eyes at him. Her face regained the cold and noble temperament of a queen. Looking at Luo Tian's naked upper body and the wounds on his body, she couldn't help but think to herself, could it be that the big green guy is him? Impossible. Without waiting for a second, Yun Meng instantly denied it. How could it be him? His cultivation is only in the spirit martial realm. Even if he practiced for 10,000 years, he wouldn't be able to reach that kind of power. It definitely can't be him. Yun Meng no longer thought that the big green guy was Luo Tian. In her mind, Luo Tian and the big green guy were people from two different worlds. It was impossible for them to be the same person. Most of the stories that Luo Tian just told were made up. She was very clear about this, but there was one thing that she believed. It was also because of this that she was a little touched in her heart. She believed that Luo Tian had followed the big green man's footsteps all the way here. This was what made her feel touched. However, it was just a little bit. After Luo Tian finished telling this made-up story, this little bit of good impression disappeared instantly. Immediately, Luo Tian laughed and said, "Your Majesty, I'm good to you. Shouldn't you reward me with something?" From her expression, it was not difficult for Luo Tian to guess that Yun Meng did not believe what he said. Naturally, Yun Meng also did not connect him with Hulk. In her heart, she was secretly relieved. Relieved that he wanted to be a hero, but transforming into Hulk was an unspeakable secret for him. It was the same in any world. Once you were different from others, you would be caught and studied like a lab rat. Luo Tian did not want to be a lab rat. So, no matter who it was, he would not reveal the fact that he had a system in his body. Yun Meng said coldly, "Okay, I know. You want a reward, right? Come here." Luo Tian did not move forward. Instead, he took a step back and immediately laughed. "I'm joking. Saving your Majesty is what I should do. How could I want a reward? Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Yun Meng glanced at Luo Tian and said, "At least you know what's good for you. Where's the scorching sungrass that I gave you?" She wanted to get rid of the remaining scarlet heart poison in her body. Otherwise, if she encountered the smoke of the spirit-sealing grass again, her Yuan Qi would still be sealed. Luo Tian took out the remaining half and handed it over. Yun Meng frowned and said, "You ate half of the scorching sun grass?" "Wait, let me see." Yun Meng's figure moved, directly pinching Luo Tian's pulse. Her face changed slightly and said, "The scarlet heart poison in your body has been completely dispelled. The poison in your body is indeed very light, but it is impossible to get rid of it with just half a stalk of scorching sun grass. How did you do it? How did you do it?" "My talent is extraordinary. After eating half of it, it was immediately cured." Luo Tian said in his heart, "God knows how to get rid of it." He just chewed up the scorching sun grass and swallowed it. Then his body burned like fire, and then the scarlet heart poison in his body completely disappeared. Yunmeng shook her head and said, "Impossible, there's no reason. What's going on? Even if the dantian is broken, it's impossible to get rid of the poison in the body by swallowing it." She knew alchemy. Naturally, she also knew about poisons. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible. Detoxification required the main medicine and also the auxiliary medicine. Several medicines had to be combined to produce an effect, not to mention the famous poison of the devil sect, the scarlet heart poison. This kind of situation was even more impossible. Unless, Yunmeng said 2 unless in a row. At the same time, the way she looked at Luo Tian was completely different. Her expression became a little excited, and she asked, "What bloodline do you have in the lower planes?" She knew in her heart it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary bloodline to have such a special function, unless it was an extremely powerful bloodline power. Moreover, this bloodline power could help her. She needed it very much. Luo Tian looked at Yunmeng. His bloodline was still sealed. Even if he said that he had the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, she would definitely not believe him. Even the testing stone could not test it. How could she know? After hesitating for a moment, Luo Tian said, "I have 4. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yunmeng shouted excitedly, "Is it the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts?" "Huh. No. I have the bloodline of the 4-legged snake. The last chapter of 2014. Thank you for your company. Thank you for your company." Old Cow bowed and thanked you. The year 2015 is coming. Old Cow wishes everyone a smooth and happy new year. Tomorrow, I will push everything away. I will write with all my might for the whole day, according to this month's rules. Number 1 in the monthly votes, add 20 chapters. Number 2, 10 chapters. Number 3, 7 chapters. 4, 6 chapters. At least 5 chapters. If Old Cow can't do it, I'll cut his penis live. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum Insertion Team, can you give me a hero on the first day of 2015? Fiercely explode the sky. Chapter 896. For what bloodline? Yunmeng is shocked. The last bit of hope in her heart is extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Luo Tian doesn't know what she is thinking. He weakly repeats, for legged snake bloodline. Sigh. Yunmeng is speechless several times. She wants to kill Luo Tian, but in the end, she just sighs and laughs bitterly. She says to herself, "I'm thinking too much. How can he have the bloodline of the 4 mythological beasts? If he has the bloodline of the 4 mythological beasts, he would definitely be recruited by some big forces and high-level academies. How can he appear in such a remote place?" Sigh, she sighs again. She feels depressed in her heart. If I have the blood essence of the 4 mythological beasts, then I can definitely repair little brother's broken dantian. At that time, he won't have to sink into depression. Unfortunately, in the entire ancient world, who has this kind of supreme bloodline? The power of the bloodline is equally strong no matter which plane it is in. Strong is strong. It won't weaken with the difference in level of the plane. In the ancient world, the 4 mythological beasts bloodline is still the supreme bloodline. It is much stronger than the true dragon's bloodline. It is just that Luo Tian's 4 mythological beasts bloodline is still at the first level. The power and potential in the bloodline is completely untapped. The most important point is, when the 4 mythological beasts bloodline entered this continent, it was also sealed by the system. In order to unlock the bloodline of the 4 mythological beasts, he must find the power of the blood spirit. As for the power of the blood spirit, Luo Tian has no clue. He doesn't know where to find this thing. The system also doesn't give him any hints. Not only the power of the blood spirit, Luo Tian doesn't even know where to find the things to unlock the other techniques. This makes him very vexed. Looking at Yunmeng's disappointed expression, Luo Tian's heart sank. He wanted to help her, but the bloodline in his body was completely useless. He couldn't help her at all. If he told her that his bloodline was sealed, who would believe it? Even he himself did not believe it when he first entered the ancient world, let alone a queen-type woman whom he was not too familiar with. Of course not. Rather than speaking about it, it would be better for him to wait until Zhang Xian undid his bloodline seal. However, Luo Tian thought of the blood spirit force and asked, "Queen, do you know about the blood spirit force?" Yunming's expression was still very disappointed. The hope that had ignited in her heart was instantly extinguished. This feeling was very uncomfortable. She whispered, "Are you looking for blood spirit energy?" Luo Tian nodded. "Yes." Yunming asked, "Why are you looking for blood spirit energy?" "You didn't enter the Wu mountain range to look for the blood spirit energy, did you?" Luo Tian really did have such a plan. Of course. His main purpose was to level up and then go back to the Wu mountain city to slap Wang Li and Wu Feng's faces. He also wanted to slap the faces of those who mocked him on the martial arts field. This was his main purpose in entering the Wu mountain range. His secondary purpose was to look for the blood spirit force. If he could find and unlock the bloodline seal of the 4 mythological beasts in his body, he would have a powerful force to rely on in the ancient world. Yunming did not look at Luo Tian and said, "There are many types of blood spirit force. Under normal circumstances, a rank 7 monster contains the blood spirit force. However, this kind of blood spirit force is not too strong. If you need a strong blood spirit force, you will have to find a stronger monster. However, with your current cultivation, I advise you to give up, let alone a rank 7 monster. You can't even deal with a rank 3 monster. If you really want the blood spirit force, you can go to the city and buy it. The Wu Mountain City may not have it, but the bigger cities should have it for sale. You will lose your life if you go into the mountains to hunt a rank 7 monster. It is safer to buy it." Yunming said slowly. Luo Tian was stunned. "What the hell? So it's so simple. I just have to buy it? Damn, I thought I had to do some mission or kill someone. It turns out that the blood spirit force can be bought. Damn it. It's so scary to be uneducated. If it wasn't for the good question just now, I don't know how long it would take to unlock the bloodline seal of the 4 mythological beasts in my body." It was a bit of a false alarm. Hearing that he had to hunt a rank 7 monster, Luo Tian almost gave up. To hunt a rank 7 monster. Even if he reached the Taiyan realm, it would still be difficult. It would take a lot of time to reach the Taiyan realm. Luo Tian almost gave up on unlocking the bloodline seal. However, hearing that the blood spirit force was for sale in the big cities, Luo Tian's mood immediately became better. It's good that it's for sale, then it's much easier. Yunming looked up at Luo Tian's happy expression and said coldly, "Don't be happy too early. Just based on the fact that you just entered the ancient continent, you don't have any money or power. Just based on picking spirit herbs and killing monsters. Even if you kill for your entire life, you won't be able to afford the blood spirit force of a rank 7 monster. This is the essence of a rank 7 monster. It can provide a warrior with a high concentration of yuan qi for cultivation. It can also be used to refine weapons and pills. A rank 7 monster is already very rare, so how much is its essence worth? What I said just now is the only way for you to buy it, and it is also the safest. You should be able to gather enough profound coins for the blood spirit force of a rank 7 monster in about 200 to 300 years. The premise is that you can't spend a single cent. You can't even use the money you used to buy clothes." While they were talking, Yunming looked at Luo Tian's naked upper body, looked at the scars all over his body, and then looked at his tattered pants and asked doubtfully, "Is the impact of the airwave really that strong? To be able to blow away your clothes?" A trace of doubt arose in her heart. Because the big green man was also naked on his upper body, and he was also wearing a pair of big pants. However, in that instant, she denied it. "He can't be that big green guy." Luo Tian laughed, scratched his head, and said, "I'm too weak. Who asked that guy to be so strong? His heart sank again. Your sister. Spirit herbs, killing monsters, and selling them for money will take 200 to 300 years. How expensive is this blood spirit force? Just thinking about it made Luo Tian's heart ache. At the same time, he realized a problem. No matter what world or place it was, money would always be very important. Right now, he was extremely poor. The clothes on his body were tattered, and he was even worse than the beggars on the streets. Furthermore, the blood meridians sealed in Luo Tian's body were the blood meridians of the 4 divine beasts. Whether or not the blood spirit force of the 7th step could be undone was still a question. What if it was useless? Then he would really be screwed. Yunmeng recovered. The cold and noble queen's temperament returned to her body. She looked at the sky and said, "There's still one more person in the Devil's Sky Sex Assassin. This person cannot be allowed to return alive. He must be killed." My brothers. The old cow felt stifled. Looking at the monthly votes ranking, he had the urge to die. On December 1st, we were able to rush to 900 votes, and on January 1st, 2015, we had double the monthly votes. Do we only have this few monthly votes? The old cow only has this few readers, this few brothers to vote for? The old cow is prepared to risk his life today, and even threatened that he would not be able to chop off the bull's whip. My determination is so great. Brothers, the old cow urgently needs your strength. Where are the brothers of the chrysanthemum team? Explode for me. The old cow will really go crazy today. Chapter 897. Luo Tian and Yunmeng returned to the cave. The strange thing was, there were a few more corpses around them. They were the corpses of the disciples of the spirit congregating sect. Yunmeng checked the wounds and said, "It's the killing method of the Devil's Sky sect." She spread out her consciousness and stopped for half a second before saying, "It seems that he already knows that the 2 senior brothers are dead and ran back to the Devil's Sky sect. In less than half a month, that big green guy will appear on the Devil's Sky sect's bounty list, and his bounty will definitely be above 1,000,000 cultivation coins. It's highly possible that he will enter the top 10 of the Devil's Sky sect's bounty list. It will definitely cause a sensation in this continent." Luo Tian was stunned and muttered, "He only appeared once, and he has a bounty of 1,000,000? Isn't this too terrifying?" At the same time, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. God bless me. Luckily, no one realized that Hulk was transformed by me. Luckily, I was careful and did not tell Yunmeng. Or else, if this news was spread out, my head would be worth 1,000,000 cultivation coins. At that time, I wouldn't even know how I died. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva, and his expression darkened. It would be a lie if he said he was not afraid. He was only at the 5th stage of the spiritual martial realm and was not strong enough to fight against those Devil Sky sect warriors. Any upper sky realm warrior could deal with him. Yunmeng smiled coldly. She looked at Luo Tian's fearful expression and thought that he was scared by the bounty of 1,000,000 cultivation coins. She said, "He instantly killed a peak void martial stage warrior the moment he appeared. Also, he has never appeared before. It's highly possible that he is a person who just entered the ancient continent. His potential and talent are all top-notch. 1,000,000 cultivation coins bounty is only my initial estimate. It might be even higher. Of course, since he appeared on the Devil Sky sect's bounty list, the sect will also do their best to find this person. Such a genius, an expert, the sect will not let go of him. It might even cause the higher schools to fight for him. Unfortunately, I was unconscious at that time, or else I could have asked if he wanted to come to the Cloud Mist College. Everything was relative. If the Devil Sky sect wanted a bounty, the sect would definitely try to rope him in. Also, such an awesome person would definitely become a super expert in the future. After saying that, Yunmeng went into the cave to rest. Her body was so exhausted that she fell asleep within a few minutes. Luo Tian stood beside the corpses. Just now, Yunmeng was here, so he couldn't do anything. Now that she wasn't here, Luo Tian's expression instantly turned cold. Spirit congregating sect? Oh, spirit congregating sect, you guys really didn't hold back. It wasn't enough for you to send bounty hunters to kill me, and now you even sent your disciples. You guys didn't expect that the Devil Sky sect would kill all of you, right? Serves you right, but it seems like you really want my life. All right, then you better wash your ass and wait for me. He was very annoyed. When he first came to this world, Luo Tian kept a low profile and didn't offend anyone. But someone just had to go against him. He hid in the mountains, and on the second day he had almost forgotten about the bet with Wang Li. However, he actually sent an assassin. Killing him wasn't enough, and he wanted to kill him again. Just how much hatred was there between them? Was his own life a hindrance to him? There weren't enough assassins, and now even the disciples of the spirit congregating sect had appeared. Moreover, there were a few of them. They definitely wanted his life. Luo Tian was very annoyed, extremely annoyed. He had been here and tolerated time and time again, but in return he was constantly being hunted down. Since that was the case, then he would do it. If he wanted to do it, then he would do it. Luo Tian kept his expression. He didn't rest and directly walked into the dark forest. He wanted to hunt beasts, he wanted experience, he wanted to break through. Luo Tian killed for an entire night. Early in the morning, he returned to the cave with a few demonic beast thighs. He glanced at Yi Yunmeng, who was sleeping peacefully, and smiled. Following which, he set up a fire and started to roast the meat. Not long after, the fragrance spread everywhere. Yi Yunmeng in the cave immediately woke up. She walked out of the cave and saw that Luo Tian's body had a few new wounds. There was still blood on the wounds, and his face was a little pale. He felt as if his physical strength had been exhausted to the limit. Yi Yunmeng walked forward and said softly, "You went to kill beasts again." Luo Tian laughed and said, "You were too tired yesterday. I wanted to get some delicious beast meat to nourish you. So I went last night, Yi Yunmeng didn't seem to appreciate it. She also knew that Luo Tian was flattering her, but she was still a little touched in her heart. Women were like this. She walked to the fire and directly picked up the roasted meat to eat. After eating a few mouthfuls, she saw Luo Tian staring at her. Her face immediately sank, and she said coldly, "This roasted meat won't have your saliva on it, right?" Luo Tian shook his head. Yi Yunmeng relaxed and took a few more bites. Luo Tian slightly said, "The roasted meat you just ate was something I ate before." "Ah, you bastard!" Immediately, Yi Yunmeng flipped out. Luo Tian hurriedly ran away and said, "Your Majesty, don't you know how to look clearly when you eat? There are obviously traces of my bite. You must want to give me a baby. Otherwise, why would you eat my saliva again and again?" Yi Yunmeng immediately went berserk. Luo Tian immediately ran far away. The tiredness of the night was gone in an instant. Train the queen? This was something that Luo Tian could do. The current Yi Yunmeng was like a raging loli at every turn. She was completely deranged by Luo Tian and had to be on guard against him at all times. However, the roasted meat and Luo Tian's cooking were simply too delicious. Just like the Malatang in his previous life, he wanted to try it again and again. After breakfast, Luo Tian still had no intention of resting. He once again charged into the forest. Yi Yunmeng hesitated for a moment. Then her figure moved and she directly followed him. She said indifferently, "Seeing that you're good at cooking, I'll take you for a few more days. Don't think too much. There are still remnants of the scarlet heart poison in my body. I killed the demon beasts just to enter the depths of the Wu mountain range to search for the scorching sun grass." Luo Tian immediately nodded and said, I didn't think too much. Your Majesty is mighty." He was overjoyed. With this killing machine, it would be great for him to level up. 10 days later, on the Demon Sex bounty list, 10th place, name, Green Savage, last seen location, Wushan Mountains bounty, 1,600,000 cultivation coins the demon, sect's bounty list suddenly changed. The entire sect was shocked. There was suddenly an additional green savage. Who could it be? The moment the demon sect's bounty hunters were dispatched, all the major forces of the sect sent their disciples into Wu Mountain to search for the legendary green savage. Even Cloud Mist College sent people down. Luo Tian never dreamed of it, because once Hulk transformed, it created a layer of ripples, and because of this layer of ripples, it formed a huge wave that turned the sky and earth upside down. Chapter 2. Brothers, there are only 30 votes left. Even if it's 50-50, it's only a dozen votes. Can you help old Neo go one step further? Chapter 898. In these 10 days, Luo Tian was like a lazy dog as he stayed by Yi Yunmeng's side. And Yi Yunmeng had been looking for the fierce sungrass and other spiritual grasses that could cure the red heart poison. She didn't know if it was bad luck, or if it was heaven's arrangement. It took her a full 10 days to gather all these spiritual grasses. In these 10 days, she had been constantly hunting beasts. Originally, she thought that Luo Tian's breakthrough speed wasn't that fast, but now it seemed that she was wrong, very wrong. Luo Tian's breakthrough speed was so fast that it was hard for her to imagine. In just 10 days, he had broken through 2 realms. He was already at the 7th level of the spiritual martial realm. She really wanted to know how Luo Tian used hunting beasts to increase his cultivation. Although the lower planes were the source planes and nurtured many special existences, she had never heard of being able to level up by hunting beasts. If only little brother could be like him! Many times she would think about this matter. Luo Tian's speed shocked her, but speed was just speed. Could it be that after breaking through, he could completely grasp the power of the realm? Yi Yunmeng didn't think about this point. Luo Tian's breakthrough speed was too fast, and he didn't have time to grasp the power of the realm. She had tried to persuade him several times, but Luo Tian didn't stop. You couldn't blindly pursue speed in cultivation. On the path of martial cultivation, you had to cultivate your heart. You had to cultivate your foundation. You had to be steady in order to walk further. If you blindly pursued speed, the result would only be stagnant in a certain realm. Looking at the geniuses of the ancient continent, there were many people who cultivated faster than Luo Tian. At the beginning, they were shining and became famous in the continent when they were young. But in the end, they slowly disappeared. It was very simple. If you broke through too fast in the early stages and didn't have a good foundation, it would be very difficult to break through later. Luo Tian never took her words seriously. Of course, Yi Yunmeng didn't know that Luo Tian was different from other people. Luo Tian did not explain, but in his heart he was somewhat moved. This was the only person who had given him pointers in his cultivation after he had transmigrated. Moreover, she was a cool and elegant queen-type beauty. Ardent sungrass, fire lotus grass, dragon flame flower, I've gathered all of them. Yi Yunmeng finally gathered all of the spiritual herbs. As she spoke, she looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was also looking at her. After pausing for a second, Luo Tian chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have finally gathered all these detoxification spirit herbs. Quickly refine the detoxification spirit pills. Don't let the Devil Sky Sect's assassins catch up. That would be dangerous." With that said, Luo Tian walked back. Yi Yunmeng couldn't help but be taken aback and said, "Why are you going there?" Luo Tian said, "Back to the cave. I'll protect you while you refine the detoxification spirit pills." Yi Yunmeng said, slightly, "The Devil Sky Sect's assassins must have thought that I left long ago and won't come back. There's no need to rush the detoxification spirit pills. It's still early today, so I'll help you kill a few more spirit beasts." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Let's go back and get rid of the poison in your body first. I'm already in the 7th stage of the spirit realm, so I can deal with some rank 2 and 3 spirit beasts. I can deal with the breakthrough, so your matter is more important." The meaning behind Yi Yunming's words was very simple. I'll help you for one more day, then I'll leave. Luo Tian was not an idiot, so how could he not understand? However, he still hoped that Yi Yunming would get rid of the poison in her body first. Yi Yunming coldly stared and coldly shouted, "Listen to you, or listen to me? You dare to disobey the queen's orders? You don't want to live anymore." The voice was incomparably cold, and the cold aura formed a pressure that pressed down on Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian scratched his head and immediately cooperated, saying, "Of course, I'll listen to the queen." "Then what are you talking about? Follow me." Yi Yunming's body moved and directly jumped onto a tree. She looked into the distance. She was looking for some high-level spirit beasts. She knew that Luo Tian wanted a drop of blood essence from a rank 7 spirit beast to act as blood spirit force. Although she didn't know what Luo Tian wanted to do, Yi Yunming wanted to treat this drop of blood spirit force as a final gift before parting. It could also be considered as compensation for Luo Tian roasting meat for her these past few days. In the past few days in Marshall Mountain, she had always been teased by Luo Tian to the point where she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her principles were almost gone, and she was sincerely laughing from the bottom of her heart, laughing very happily. If anyone saw her laughing, they would definitely be very shocked. In Cloud Mist College, she was an iceberg. The cold-eyed queen on the iceberg throne had never laughed even once, and in less than half a month, she didn't know how many times she had been amused by Luo Tian. It was as if she had become a completely different person. She hated herself for being like this. She had been carving herself, but she still couldn't hold back her laughter. Because of the roasted meat, because of her laughter, and because, if it wasn't for Luo Tian, she might have died in Marshall Mountain. She wouldn't have been able to escape from the Devil Sky sex assassins. Therefore, no matter what, she wanted to help Luo Tian one last time as a final repayment. She wanted to tell her little brother all of this so that he could pull himself together again. After all, he wasn't the only one in this world with a shattered dantian. A shattered dantian could still cultivate. He kept looking. His consciousness continued to expand outwards, but in the end he still couldn't find any rank 7 monster beasts. However, Yi Yunming didn't give up. She jumped down from the tree, grabbed Luo Tian's arm with one hand, and directly flew up. Huff! Huff! The sound of the wind brushed past his ears. It was very ear-piercing. Luo Tian's body was slightly behind Yi Yunming. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it the faint fragrance of Yi Yunming's body. It was an intoxicating fragrance. Luo Tian knew what she was looking for. He felt something in his heart and said, "You don't have to do this. I will find a way to get the blood spirit force myself. Besides, it is not very important to me." Yi Yunming said coldly, "Cut the crap. I didn't say that I would help you hunt rank 7 monster beasts. What blood spirit force has nothing to do with me. I am just looking for another precious spirit grass. It is not easy to come to Marshall Mountain, so I can't go back empty-handed." She was a little stubborn. She didn't want Luo Tian to know that she was doing this for him. Of course, in her heart, they might never meet again for the rest of their lives after this parting. She didn't want to owe anyone anything. It landed lightly, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Whoosh! The two of them flew up again, just like an immortal couple living in seclusion deep in the mountains, when their figures cut through the sky and reflected in the red sunset. It was very beautiful, very beautiful. At this moment, Luo Tian thought if only time stopped. He wanted to keep this moment, but he knew that he couldn't keep Yi Yunming. She was a proud daughter of heaven, a super genius of Cloud Mist Academy. She was the focus of the sex nurturing. She was from a world that he couldn't touch, a completely different world. At least for the Coronal Heaven, she was like this. Chapter 3. 2 times, the old cow only wanted to say one word, awesome. Just 30 votes away from another chrysanthemum. Brothers of the chrysanthemum team, What are you waiting for? Kill him. Chapter 899. Yun Meng was very stupid. So stupid that she was about to lose her life. This should be the stupidest thing she had ever done in her life. But she still did it without hesitation. The moment she fainted, she saw Luo Tian's figure. She had a feeling in her heart, a very strange feeling. Why was he disobedient every time? Yun Meng hated disobedient people. She was the queen. She was the queen of Cloud Mist College. She was the cold queen on the Ice Mountain throne. She wanted to conquer everything. She wanted everyone to listen to her orders. This way, she could get rid of all restraints. No one could control her. But now, Luo Tian was very disobedient. He told him to escape, but he ran back. He told him to stay there and not come out, but he still ran back. Yun Meng was a little powerless. Her eyelids seemed to weigh 10,000 kilograms as they slowly closed. She thought to herself, "Die. Since you don't want to listen, then let's die together." At this moment, she still didn't have the slightest bit of regret in her heart. The moment she closed her eyes, Luo Tian took a step forward, facing the giant pangolin. Just like the monster in Ultraman, its body exploded with an unshakable power. Luo Tian had no choice. The profound qi could only fuse with one cultivation technique. Alchemy? It was completely useless now. It couldn't save the queen, nor could it save him. Teleportation? It was too far away from Yunming's body. If Luo Tian ran over, the pangolin would be able to crush Yunming's body 100 times. Refining? Was this a joke? Carving an array? Are you kidding me? The auxiliary cultivation technique could only be used to assist. It had no lethality. However, although there was an auxiliary cultivation technique that did not have any attack power, it still had lethality. Light of seduction. Luo Tian's choice. Light of seduction. Fuse. The light of seduction in the skill pain disappeared, and so did the profound qi. It then entered the heaven-melting cauldron. The divine cauldron flashed, and the fusion was completed in an instant. The lower the level of the cultivation technique, the faster the fusion. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing enchanting light. Do you want to practice it? Cultivate. Skill. Enchanting light, God. Grade. Ancient skill description. Summon 10 demonic beasts for 8 hours. The demonic beasts can be upgraded to level 10. The upgraded version of the light of enticement. No matter how one looked at it, the upgraded light of enticement was much more powerful than before. It was obviously more powerful than the divine fire. Its power could be seen clearly. Luo Tian didn't look at these things. It was the only thing that could save Yunmeng now. As long as he could tempt the giant pangolin, it would become his battle pet. When the time came, he could kill it however he wanted. Luo Tian swore that he would never use the pangolin to hunt other demonic beasts. He would kill it as soon as he could. What did he do to his queen? How could this be? Even if it was God, Luo Tian would not hesitate to kill him. Light of enticement. Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice. Seeing that the pangolin was about to pounce on Yunming's position, his heart tightened. You must succeed! An electric net fell from the sky. It completely enveloped the pangolin. A series of crackling static sounds came from his body. It stopped for half a second. Ding! Summoning successful. F***CK. Luo Tian opened his eyes, and the heart that was in his throat finally settled down. The idea moved, and he scolded in a deep voice. Slap yourself, damn it! He was really angry. Fortunately, he succeeded. Otherwise, Yunmeng would have died, and he wouldn't have been able to escape either. He would have been killed by the giant tail of the pangolin. Luo Tian ran to Yunming's side like a madman. Looking at her incomparably pale face, his heart was in pain. Silly woman, why are you so silly? Why did I tell you about the blood spirit power? What did I say? He picked up the unconscious Yunming and ran out. At the same time, The idea, ordered the pangolin. Follow me obediently and don't forget to slap yourself. This was the depths of the Wu mountain range. He was only at the 7th stage of the spirit martial realm. If he stayed here for too long, he would definitely die if he encountered a high-level monster. Moreover, the pangolin was already scared out of his wits, and his fighting strength was less than half. Luo Tian had to find a safer place. At least, he had to settle Yi Yunmeng first. Boom! 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 Wherever the pangolin went, it crushed everything around it and fiercely slapped itself with its tail. Its brain was completely out of its control. It wanted to carve, but no matter how hard it tried, it was useless. It was completely out of control, and it kept whipping itself. Luo Tian didn't have the mind to care about it, but he knew very well that the pangolin's defense was extremely thick. Even if it kept hurting itself, it would take a long time to kill itself. At least, it wouldn't die for 8 hours. Rank 7 monster. This was exchanged with Yi Yunming's life. If she didn't blind its eyes, the light of enticement wouldn't have been able to seduce it in one move. He ran all the way. 2 hours later, Luo Tian brought Yi Yunming to a relatively safe place. He carefully checked her injuries. There were 2 serious injuries on her back, and the wound was still bleeding. Moreover, the black silk cloth wrapped around her chest was about to break. There was only a silk thread connecting it. Once it broke, then her upper body would, at this time. Luo Tian didn't think about this at all. There was only one question in his mind. What if he went to save her? How could he save her? Unfortunately, the healing technique he practiced was still sealed and couldn't be used. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyebrows moved. He thought of the spirit grass that he had picked these days. Along the way, Yi Yunmeng had said that there were a few stalks of spirit grass that were top grade for healing. Luo Tian didn't care if it was useful or not. He took out those spirit grass, and using the heaven melting cauldron as a medicine pot, he directly smashed them. At this time, how could he still care that the heaven melting cauldron was a divine artifact? After a while, he applied the smashed spirit grass to the wound on Yi Yunming's back. And hiss! Yi Yunming frowned and let out a painful groan. These were all things that he had read in the martial arts novels in his previous life. He didn't know if they were useful, but he could only do this now. Luo Tian was extremely nervous. Half an hour later, Yi Yunming's complexion slightly improved, and the wound stopped bleeding. Luo Tian's heart finally relaxed. Actually, with Yi Yunming's cultivation, she had the ability to heal herself. Coupled with the spirit grass that Luo Tian had prepared, her injury immediately stabilized. Phew, almost. Luo Tian's forehead was almost covered in sweat. His entire body was already drenched in sweat. He was exhausted from running all the way. But there was still a very important thing to do now. Revenge. Luo Tian stepped out of the cave and looked at the pangolin not far away that was still twitching. Luo Tian's expression was abnormally angry, and he roared, "Damn it! I will kill you immediately!" The 5th chapter has been delivered. Now that the monthly votes are in 8th place, Old Cow knows that it is very difficult to move one place forward. However, Old Cow still wants to ask, on the first day of 2015, can you help Old Cow take another step forward? Tonight, I will write until 12 o'clock. According to the agreement, Old Cow has to update 7 chapters. However, what I want to say is that today's update will definitely not only be 7 chapters. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 900. Bang. Bang. Left, right, as if slapping itself in the face. Luo Tian looked at the pangolin that was torturing itself and became even angrier. Thinking of how Yi Yunmeng was sent flying by the pangolin, the anger in his heart burst out uncontrollably. Hit it hard for me. Luo Tian roared. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the time and the long blood groove on its head. He was waiting for time. He was also waiting for the right time. He wanted to make the final blow. He also wanted to make it at the last drop of the pangolin's blood. Otherwise, he would get nothing. This was Luo Tian's war pet. If he killed it, he would get no experience, and nothing would be dropped. He could only kill at the moment it betrayed. Everything would be like hunting a beast. 1 minute passed. 10 minutes passed. 2 hours passed. Time passed little by little. Luo Tian's expression became more and more cautious. Looking at the long blood groove that only had a little bit of blood left, he was a bit excited. After all, it was a 7th-rank beast. Experience was something he didn't even dare to think about. What could it drop? Blood spirit energy. Unlocking the power of the bloodline of the 4 mythical beasts. This would be the first step for Luo Tian to strengthen himself. But he wasn't sure whether the pangolin could release the blood spirit energy or not. Would the blood spirit energy be able to unlock the bloodline of the 4 mythical beasts in his body? If the seal was unlocked, Luo Tian would tell Yunmeng, because she was using her life to help him. He would also help her. From her expression, Luo Tian knew that she needed the bloodline of the 4 mythical beasts, although he didn't know what to do with it. Such a silly queen was using her life to help you. Would you be unwilling to part with the blood of the 4 mythical beasts? However, now everything was just empty talk, because Luo Tian wasn't sure if the blood spirit energy in the pangolin could unlock the bloodline seal in his body. If it couldn't be unlocked, Luo Tian wouldn't say a word about it. If he couldn't do it, he definitely wouldn't say it. Once he said it, Yunmeng might foolishly hunt a higher-level demon beast. At that time, he wouldn't be lucky enough to summon her with the light of enticement again. Time flew by. In the meantime, Luo Tian entered the cave to check a few times. After confirming that Yunmeng would not wake up in a short period of time, he felt relieved. Luo Tian didn't want her to see the pangolin whipping itself. He didn't want Yunmeng to see him killing the pangolin. If she saw it, she would feel that she owed Luo Tian something. Luo Tian was really afraid that he would be stupid again. This queen, when she was being foolish, she really didn't care about her life. There's only 1 more minute to 8 hours. At this moment, Luo Tian became extremely careful. The pangolin had already tortured itself to the point where its neck was about to break and blood was constantly spewing out of its mouth. It couldn't stand steadily, and even if he didn't kill it now, it would still die. Ding! Summoning time has ended. Hearing this prompt, Luo Tian's expression shook, and the divine fire that he had already prepared suddenly shot out. Damn it! Go and die for Laozi who told you to touch Laozi's woman. Go and die! The divine fire struck down. A bright red -1 floated above the pangolin's head. It was the same. Luo Tian was already used to it. Even if he released the divine fire 1,000 times and didn't trigger an instant kill, he wouldn't have found it strange. The fusion of the deviant fire was 2F** ket up if he had known earlier. He would have fused with other cultivation techniques. After blasting out the deviant fire, Luo Tian stood in place without moving. Looking at the pangolin's furious eyes, he sneered and said, "You're not happy, are you? Get up and bite me." Get up? The pangolin's legs were already broken by itself. Not to mention standing up, even lying down was painful, and the sharp thorn on its tail was also broken. Right now, the pangolin was in a sorry state, and its eyes were filled with hatred. When this hatred burst out, it was extremely terrifying. It wanted to crush Luo Tian into 108,000 pieces. This human was too despicable. Not only did he control it with his mind, he even made it hurt itself. There was no place on its body that wasn't injured. It was 10,000 times worse than a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. All of this was arranged by Luo Tian. He couldn't give the pangolin any chance. After all, it was a rank 7 monster. Once this guy gave it a chance, even if there was only a drop of blood left, the one who would die would be him. The cultivation of a rank 7 spiritual martial realm was too insignificant compared to it. It had to be foolproof. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Be fierce for Lousy again. You want to kill Lousy's woman, don't you know who I am? Luo Tian said fiercely, venting all the anger in his heart. After the divine fire caused a bit of damage, he didn't panic at all. As long as it died, then the pangolin was killed by him. Moreover, Luo Tian deliberately arranged for it to be far away from the cave. The purpose was to prevent the experience from being taken away by Yi Yunmeng. One must know that her cultivation was relatively high, and when the time came, Luo Tian would only get a small portion of the experience, which would be a huge loss for him. This kind of killing a monster that was many levels higher, and it was a big monster that was many levels higher, the experience would definitely be quite amazing. Through this period of time, Luo Tian urgently needed to level up. He needed to obtain more power. Even if it was just a bit of experience, he wouldn't let it go. Suddenly, woo woo, the pangolin let out a painful howl. Its eyes were filled with anger, hatred, and despair. Then, its eyes widened and its aura disappeared. Dead. In that instant, the system sounded out. Luo Tian's heart boiled. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing rank 7 monster pangolin, for obtaining 98,000 experience, 1,000 essence chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Pangolin's Niden. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Pangolin's incomplete leather armor. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Pangolin's blood spirit power. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up current level. Spiritual Martial Realm Stage 8. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up current level. Spiritual Martial Realm Stage 9. 2 levels in a row. Moreover, Luo Tian's experience bar had also risen to 90%. This amount of experience was simply amazing. Luo Tian nearly jumped up in excitement. Even in his dreams, he had never imagined that killing a pangolin would allow him to gain 2 levels. This feeling of gaining 2 levels in a row was simply too great. Just 1 more level, and I'll be able to obtain the system's reward. Transformation card. Or is it a special superpower? The power of clairvoyance. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian laughed excitedly, feeling that all his efforts were worth it. It was just that Yi Yunmeng was injured, and he said in his heart, "This time I owe you. As long as you can unlock the seal of the 4 divine beasts' blood. Even if you have to draw my blood, I'll give it to you." Now it was time to try unlocking the seal of the blood. Chapter 6. It was not over yet. There was still an update. Chapter 901. It was very satisfying, especially the experience. Luo Tian had leveled up by 2 levels. The most important point was, the 9th stage of the spiritual martial realm was enough for him to return to Martial Mountain City. At this moment, Luo Tian's expression was serious as he took out the blood spirit power of the 7th step that exploded from the pangolin's body. It was a drop of dense demon beast blood essence. But don't underestimate this drop of blood essence. It contained the essence of the pangolin's power. It was a high-grade cultivation item that warriors yearned for even in their dreams. Once fused with it, one would be able to obtain a dense amount of vitality and quickly increase one's cultivation. This kind of blood spirit power could only be obtained by demon beasts of the 7th step and above. Therefore, its value was extremely high. It was something that ordinary warriors could not afford even if they worked hard for their entire lives. Luo Tian's eyebrows slightly moved, and he thought to himself, "It's all up to you." Immediately, the idea moved, and he ordered in his heart, "Fuse with the blood spirit power. Unlock the bloodline seal for me." A loud buzzing sound came from the heaven-melting cauldron. It was ear-piercing and unbearable. Luo Tian's idea paid close attention to the changes in the divine cauldron. Unlocking the seal on the 4 divine beasts' bloodline was no longer his own matter. He wanted to help Yi Yunmeng once. If not for her, he would not have been able to kill the pangolin of the 7th step. It was even more impossible to break through to the ninth stage of the spiritual martial realm in just half a month. He owed Yi Yunmeng. If he could help her, Luo Tian was really willing to give her his blood essence. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Quite a bit of time passed. The heaven-melting cauldron kept flashing with red light and constantly changing. The stronger the fusion, the more time it would take and the more difficult it would be. Half a second was enough to fuse with the light of enticement. However, unlocking the seal on the 4 divine beasts' bloodline would take a very long time. Luo Tian was secretly nervous and said, "You must succeed, even if not for me. You must succeed once for the queen." More than an hour later, a loud sound came from the divine cauldron. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's body trembled. The system sounded out. Ding. Blood spirit power is insufficient. Fusion failed. F*CK, your grandpa. Luo Tian suddenly burst into curses. The glimmer of hope that had ignited in his heart was once again extinguished. He was in a very bad mood. He really wanted to succeed. He really just wanted to help Yi Yunmeng once. Even if he succeeded for 1 second, he would be willing to take out a little bit of the blood essence of the 4 mythological beasts and then seal it for 10,000 years. But the system's judgment could not be changed. Failure was failure. Even if it was Luo Tian or Ma Patian, it would be useless. It would not succeed miraculously. Actually, the power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline was too strong. It could crush the existence of the true dragon's bloodline. In the profound sky continent, Luo Tian had not even unleashed 1/10,000th of the power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline. The amount of blood spirit energy needed to undo the bloodline seal was extremely strong. This 7th order pangolin was barely able to nurture the power of the blood spirit. Compared to the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts, it was far too weak. It was impossible to break through the seal of the bloodline. Luo Tian's heart sank, and his expression instantly became depressed. System sister, do you have to play with me like this? You said that you wanted the power of the blood spirit to undo the seal, and I got the power of the blood spirit, but now it actually failed. Are you sure you're not playing with me? Luo Tian sighed. He was unwilling, but this was not something he could change. He could only do it next time. Silly queen, I will definitely undo the bloodline seal in my body. At that time, I will definitely give you a portion of the bloodline blood essence. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and swore in his heart, if the power of the blood spirit is not enough, next time I will get 10 portions. Let's see if you will still be lacking. The sky was slightly bright. Snore! Snore! Luo Tian leaned against the entrance of the cave, sleeping soundly and snoring lightly. At this moment, there was a soft sound in the cave. Hiss! Yi Yunmeng woke up, and a heart-wrenching pain came from his back. I'm not dead yet! She was shocked. In that situation, she would have died without a doubt. But he actually didn't die? Who saved me? Yi Yunmeng muttered, and thought of the scene at that time. She was sure that the blurry figure was Luo Tian, and was startled. How could it be him? With his cultivation, he can't even withstand a sneeze from a Class 7 monster. It's impossible for him to save me. At this moment, she felt that there was someone outside the cave. It was Luo Tian's aura. His heart tightened slightly. Without thinking too much, she immediately sat down cross-legged to recover. Her internal organs and sea of consciousness had all suffered quite a bit of shock, so she had to recover as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Yi Yunming's face became rosy. The wound on her back quickly healed, and the spirit grass powder that was applied to the wound also fell down. Looking at the spirit grass powder on the ground, she could not help but smile and said, I really don't know where you got the recipe from, but you actually know how to stop my bleeding like this. While they were talking, Yi Yunmeng walked to the entrance of the cave, looked at Luo Tian's sleeping appearance, and laughed out loud. Teasing me every day. Today it's my turn, humph. She picked up a withered grass from the ground. Bending down, he moved the grass back and forth on Luo Tian's nose. Luo Tian's nose twitched. He wanted to sneeze several times, but he couldn't. Looking at Luo Tian's funny expression, Yunmeng covered her mouth and laughed happily. She said in her heart, "Who asked you to tease me? Who asked you to let me eat your saliva? Who asked you to talk nonsense about having children? Hee hee, you brats still have a little conscience. Although I know you didn't save me, you have been guarding outside the cave and didn't take advantage of me fainting to do anything inappropriate. As you said, you are different from other men." Immediately, Yunmeng moved down and couldn't help but look at Luo Tian's crotch, murmuring, "It can't be that the thing below is broken, right? I'm such a beautiful and cold-eyed woman, and I didn't mess around? Is this still a man?" As soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed. "Ba ba ba. Yunmeng, how much do you want him to molest you? Are you thinking of love?" She hadn't finished what she had just said. Luo Tian's crotch suddenly rushed up a murderous aura. In an instant, a pillar reached the sky. The top of the head was so high that the tent was about to burst. Yunming's face was even redder, as red as a red paper. She was very shy and wished she could find a hole to hide in. If Luo Tian was awake at this time, she would knock him out with a palm. Just at this crucial moment, the thin black thread on Yunming's back couldn't bear the weight of the two peaks and broke. Pada! With this break, Yunming's clothes fell off. She didn't have any vigilance at all, because it came too quickly, and because she was sure that Luo Tian was sleeping soundly, just like the last time in the cave. She didn't react for a moment. What was worse was, Luo Tian's eyes opened slightly. Oh my God! Chapter 7. The promised chapters had been delivered. Old Cow wanted to say that Old Cow was still writing, and there would be an update at night. Brothers, do you dare to vote for Old Neo again? Chapter 902. Marshall Mountain City. The streets were decorated with lanterns, dragons, and lions. The streets were bustling with activity. Today was a big day for Marshall Mountain City. Every year on this day, there would be a new disciple competition. It was also the best time for new disciples to show their talents. Whether or not they could be chosen by a silver family depended on this day. The 13 families of Marshall Mountain City especially valued this day. Once a disciple was chosen by a silver family, they would receive more resources next year. The 13 families of Marshall Mountain City were all under the control of the silver families. Lingyun City's House of Bai was under the jurisdiction of the House of Bai. The House of Bai treated the 13 families equally. Whoever could nurture an outstanding disciple would receive more rewards and cultivation resources. To the 13 families, cultivation resources were the source of power for them to rise to power. As long as they received more cultivation resources, the power of the family would grow. At a certain time, they could become the strongest family in Marshall Mountain City. When the time was right, they could even become a silver family. Other than the disciple selection, there were other ways to receive rewards from the House of Bai. Contribution points. Every year, the offerings, high-level spiritual herbs, and various rare treasures could all increase contribution points. For cultivation resources, the 13 families fought hard every year. Because of the suppression of the House of Bai, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Once they started a fight, the House of Bai would heavily punish them. This wasn't a good thing for any of the families. Therefore, most of the time, the 13 families would compete in the martial arts arena today. Those who needed to be killed would be killed, and those who needed to be ruthless would be ruthless. This year's new disciple competition was even more lively than before. This was because a medium talent disciple was chosen by the Spirit Congregating Sect. Among the many low talent disciples, the medium talent was like a bright star that shined brightly. This year's champion will definitely be the Spirit Congregating Sect. Do you even need to say that? The Spirit Congregating Sect chose the medium talent Wu Feng. How could those low talent disciples be his match? Their talent is a lot weaker. If their talent is weaker, their cultivation won't be able to keep up. Who could be his match? I heard that Wu Feng has already reached the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm. What? So fast? Reaching the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm in a month, isn't that too amazing? It seems like the spirit congregating sect is determined to win this time. This time, Wu Feng will definitely be chosen by the House of Bai. As long as he cultivates for 2 more years, he will become a disciple of the House of Bai. At that time, the contribution points of the spirit conglomerate sect will definitely surpass that of the other 12 sections. Once they obtain more cultivation resources, the spirit conglomerate sect will definitely become the strongest force in the Martial Mountain City. Just a disciple with average talent could change a sect. It was like a snowball effect in a game. As long as you were inferior to the other party in one aspect, the other party would seize the opportunity to quickly snowball. At that time, you wouldn't be able to catch up no matter how hard you tried. Wu Feng's talent was indeed the best. What most people didn't know was that half a month ago, people from the House of Bai had secretly come to Wushan City and had already set their sights on him. He was able to enter the House of Bai half a month ago, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wanted to become number 1 in the arena. That way, the entire Martial Mountain City would know his name. His status in the House of Bai would also be more noble. After all, he had the title of number 1 in the Martial Mountain City. The head of the spirit conglomerate sect was very pleased. Wu Feng would definitely become number 1. No other disciple would be able to shake him. If he became number 1, the spirit conglomerate sect's influence in the Martial Mountain City would greatly increase. This was very important for them to obtain more cultivation resources next year. When Wu Feng decided to become number 1 before entering the House of Bai, the head of the spirit conglomerate sect rewarded him with 2 rank 2 cultivation pills on the spot. This also allowed him to reach the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm. The 4th level of the spiritual martial realm was a realm that some warriors with low talent would never be able to reach. However, he only used less than a month to do it. This was the gap in talent, the gap that couldn't be made up. The crowd discussed as the crowd slowly moved towards the center of the Martial Mountain City, a huge circular square. This was the center of the Martial Mountain City. In the middle of the square, there was a circular arena. There were 13 sects around the square. Other than that, there was a large empty space that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was enough for the citizens of the Martial Mountain City to watch the event with their own eyes. On the other side of the square, there was a luxurious building. The building was divided into 3 floors. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on it, and it was extremely gorgeous. Outside the building, there were 2 groups of powerful disciples guarding the left and right sides. No one dared to approach them. In the middle of the 3-story building, there was a thick plaque carved out of stone. Gambling house. Usually there was no one here. It was only open today. Once it was only open for the newcomers' competition. Above the 2 words, gambling house, there was a lifelike snow lotus carved on it. It was very beautiful. This blood lotus was the symbol of the Dongfang family, which was even more powerful than the House of Bai. Even the House of Bai didn't dare to get involved. The Dongfang family never interfered in the affairs of the Martial Mountain City. They only appeared today, and it was the same in other cities. The Dongfang family was extremely mysterious. Rumors. The Dongfang family made their fortune through gambling. There were gambling houses of the Dongfang family in all the cities in the ancient continent. The odds are out. Suddenly, the eyes of the gamblers who had been waiting around the gambling house lit up, and all of a sudden, they swarmed over. Ha! Wu Feng's odds are the lowest, 1. 2-inch, deduct 0. You can still earn 0 with a bet of 1. 1, ha ha ha. Although it's not much, I'll only bet on Wu Feng this year. I'll bet 10 cultivation coins. This is my half a year's worth of savings. I'll make a fortune today, ha ha ha. Look, there's a name that hasn't entered a sect. Luo Tian? Who is this person? The odds are 115. Such a high odds. This is the first time in the history of the gambling house. He doesn't have any sect to rely on. Did he not enter one of the 13 sects? Or did the gambling house make a mistake? How could the gambling house make a mistake? Just like the 13 sects, they got the list of disciples entering the Marshall Mountain city immediately. There's no way they would make a mistake. That's strange. A wave of puzzled voices sounded. Suddenly, the manager of the martial arts arena, Asi, walked over. Looking at the odds list, he almost spat out the breakfast he had in the morning. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. This trash is actually on the odds list. Let me tell you guys, Luo Tian, his talent is at the bottom, and his dantian is broken. None of the 13 sects took him in. He is the most useless person in the history of the ancient continent. The first chapter has been delivered. Today, at least 5 chapters. Old Bull will do what he says. Brothers, where are your monthly tickets? Today, someone broke my chrysanthemum. Brothers of the chrysanthemum insertion team, can you viciously stab me back? Old Bull needs his chrysanthemum. Chapter 903. Everyone shivered. Asi was the guide, so he wouldn't speak carelessly. Moreover, from his expression, they could tell that Luo Tian was definitely a waste. Low-grade talent? This was the worst talent that hadn't appeared in Wushan City for decades. Coupled with the fact that his dantian was shattered, he was even more of a waste. F***CK. No wonder the odds are 115. Even if the odds were 100, no one would buy this kind of waste. He's a complete joke, ha ha ha, the gamblers laughed loudly. At the same time, they surrounded Asi. Master C, tell us, who should we buy? Master C, you're my light. Whether or not we can make money this year will depend on you. As long as you win 1 round, I'll immediately give you a commission. Yes, I'll also give you a commission. Asi was the guide. He was familiar with the talent of each of the several thousand disciples. Talent was extremely important in cultivation. It was the key to determining life and death. Asi narrowed his eyes and smiled, his face revealing a proud expression. Every year, today was his most glorious day. The feeling of being surrounded by a large group of people satisfied his vanity like never before. Looking at the odds, he smiled faintly and said, I don't need to say much about the intermediate talent Wu Feng, right? Bet however much you have. Talk about money. He's definitely this year's newcomer king. By the way, I'll let you in on some news. Wu Feng was chosen by the house of by half a month ago. Even if he doesn't compete, he's still qualified to enter the house of Bai. How can someone chosen by the house of Bai not be the champion? Do you understand now? For a moment, the gamblers went crazy and directly rushed to the betting window. I bet 20 cultivation coins. Wu Feng wins. I bet 13 coins. Keep betting on Wu Feng by all of his matches. I bet 50 coins. That's all I have. I'll keep betting on him. Ha ha ha. Most of the people bet their cultivation coins on Wu Feng. On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. His expression didn't change at all as he watched the betting window, filled with people. An old man who looked like a housekeeper walked to the back of the man, bowed, and said respectfully, Floor Master, we have already received 3,700 profound coins to bet on Wu Feng's victory. Calculating it this way, we will be losing quite a bit this time. Furthermore, the patriarchs of the 13 sects have yet to make a move. This year, they will definitely place their bets on Wu Feng, this disciple. If their bets are similar to the previous years, a conservative estimate would be that our gambling house will lose around 2,000 cultivation coins. This number, before the old man could finish speaking. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, I understand. The old man straightened his body and immediately replied, Yes. He had been running the gambling house in Marshall Mountain City for more than 10 years, but the income he earned every year was very small. This was because a newcomer who had just entered the ancient world had talent that determined everything. As long as they got the information, they would not make a wrong bet. Even if he made a mistake, it would be very small. In the past, they could still make some money. But this year, Wu Feng, who had average talent, had suddenly appeared. Although he had lowered the odds to the lowest, this still couldn't stop people from placing their bets. It was very likely that all the money he had earned over the past 10 years would be lost this year. The middle-aged man did not care about how much money he lost. What he cared about was this place. He hated this small place. He had stayed here for 14 years. Every year on this day he had to show up on time. This made him feel extremely disgusted. He was very unhappy. He had great ambitions, but he couldn't show them. Marshall Mountain City was such a small city. Even if he spent his entire life, he would not be able to earn enough cultivation coins to enter a bigger city. No matter how hard he worked, it was useless. Moreover, today he would lose all the money he had earned over the past 14 years. There was a ball of fire in his heart. This ball of fire had expanded over the past 10 years and was already very strong. However, no one knew about this ball of fire, not even the housekeeper beside him. Dongfang Shua said faintly, "The gambling house has its own rules. I cannot break the Dongfang family's rules. No matter how much there is, I will take it all. I can still afford this bit of money." The old man's eyes flashed. He sighed in his heart and said, "Yes, I will arrange it now." The old man left the room. Dongfang Shua's face changed. He looked at the distant sky and said softly, "Dongfang Xiong, you think you can defeat me like this? One day I will return to the Dongfang family." The betting window was bustling with activity. On the other side, it started to get lively. The Four Oceans sect is here. The Chongtian sect is here too. The Lan Xan sect disciples are all here too. All of a sudden, the 13 powers and sects appeared one by one and walked to their designated seats. The family head led the way. The 2 elders followed behind, followed by a dozen elite disciples, and then the new disciples that had been accepted a month ago. Each of them was in high spirits, full of fighting spirit, thinking that today was their chance to make a name for themselves. Each of them was abnormally excited. The Tianyu sect is here. The crowd was in an uproar. A group of people walked out from a street. There were very few people from the Tianyu sect. There were less than 20 of them. Out of the 13 sects, the Tianyu sect was the weakest. In these few years, their contribution points had decreased, and the cultivation resources they received had decreased. Very few cultivators were willing to enter the Tianyu sect. Have you heard? This year, the Tianyu sect only accepted 10 of the weakest disciples. Everyone in the city knows about this. I also heard that the House of Bai in Lingyun City wants to find someone to replace the Tianyu sect. They wasted so many cultivation resources and didn't get any returns. To the House of Bai, such a sect doesn't need to exist. After this year, if the Tianyu sect doesn't perform well, I reckon they will be replaced by the new Purgatory sect. Isn't that so? Looking at their lineup, they will definitely be last in this year's tournament. Don't bet on the Tianyu sect disciples. If you do, you will definitely lose. The Tianyu sect disciples walked out from the crowd. The other sect's disciples walked with their heads held high, but the Tianyu sect disciples walked with their heads down. It was as though they didn't dare to face anyone. The Tianyu sect master frowned, but there was nothing he could do. He walked to his seat dejectedly. Suddenly there was a sound. Walala! The spirit congregating sect is here. There was a loud sound. The crowd was in an uproar, and all of them rushed towards the direction of the spirit congregating sect. The spirit congregating sect master was in the limelight. The person behind him wasn't an elder, but a young disciple, Wu Feng. It was the first time he was treated like this. Look, he is Wu Feng, the genius with medium talent. He broke through to the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm in a month. He is so powerful. Who can compete with him? There were all kinds of praises from the crowd. Wu Feng's face was cold and his eyes were filled with disdain. After the appearance of the Bai family, his arrogance had swelled even more. How can a small backwater like Marshall Mountain City stop me from soaring? Chapter 2. The gap between the monthly votes is getting wider. Brothers, old Neo is heartbroken. Seeking consolation from the monthly votes. Chapter 904. Mighty and domineering. They had not even become the #1 sect in Marshall Mountain City, but they were already showing off their arrogance. Not only the sect leader, the genius Wu Feng, everyone in the spirit gathering sect had a superior expression on their faces. What was most surprising was that, on the opposite side of the ring, the most conspicuous row was where the judges were. The judges were made up of the most respected elders in Marshall Mountain City. In addition to these people, there were also 2 people from the House of Bai. There was an old man in a white robe with the standard of the House of Bai embroidered on his chest. His name was Bai Xian. At this moment, Bai Xian stood up and walked directly to the sect leader. He smiled faintly and said, "Sect leader Wang, you're early." Wang Huan was flattered. He knew that Bai Xian came here because of Wu Feng. He was happy again and secretly said, "It's really an honor for the spirit gathering sect to recruit such a disciple." Immediately, Wang Huan's body straightened and he immediately smiled respectfully. "Good morning, Elder Bai." Bai Xian smiled faintly. He looked at Wu Feng with surprise in his eyes and said, "Good boy, I didn't expect your cultivation to improve in half a month." "Not bad, not bad. I was right about you, ha ha ha." In front of others, Wu Feng's expression was cold and arrogant. However, in front of Bai Xian, he did not dare to act rashly. He put away the arrogance in his eyes and said respectfully, "It's all because of Elder Bai's good guidance. Without Elder Bai's guidance, I wouldn't have been able to improve." Bai Xian laughed and was even more satisfied with Wu Feng. He said, "You don't have to participate in this low-level competition. As long as you agree, you will immediately become a disciple of the House of Bai." The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Wang Huan was happy again, and he could not stop smiling. Now the influence of the spirit gathering sect will be unprecedentedly strong. In a few years, Marshall Mountain City will belong to the spirit gathering sect, ha ha ha. Before, there was only a rumor that the House of Bai had made an exception and accepted Wu Feng as a disciple. Some people were skeptical, but now Bai Xian said such words in front of so many people. The shock was different. It's true. The House of Bai really contacted Wu Feng in advance. This is the first time in the history of Wushan City. Didn't you hear what Elder Bai said? In this half a month, Wu Feng's cultivation has increased by another step. In other words, his cultivation has most likely already entered the 5th rank of the spirit martial realm. To reach this level in 1 month, even the gold families would make an exception and accept him. Wu Feng, what a treasure. Why didn't I get it back then? It's all because of that trash. If it wasn't for him, Wang Li wouldn't have been able to get such a good treasure. Now, the spirit congregating sect will be riding on our heads. The crowd began to discuss. The sect leaders of the other sects also sighed. They were very dissatisfied with the elders who went to recruit disciples. They let the spirit congregating sect take advantage of them. This advantage might cause them to be swallowed up by the spirit congregating sect within a few years. Back to Wu Feng. Bai Xian's words made his vanity even more inflated. A cold arrogance appeared on his face as he confidently smiled. "Many thanks for Elder Bai's kindness. However, I still hope to obtain the qualifications to enter the Bai clan through my own efforts. I will not disappoint Elder Bai." Bai Xian smiled with satisfaction. "Good kid, you have personality. I like it. Ha ha ha. Then I'll watch you perform well." Wu Feng cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Bai Xian returned to his seat with satisfaction. Wang Huan looked at Wu Feng and said with satisfaction, "Elder Bai Xian is the manager of the House of Bai. He has a lot of power. The surrounding cities are all managed by him. In the future, when you enter the House of Bai, follow him and you will definitely enter the core circle of the House of Bai. Wu Feng said gratefully, "Thank you for your reminder. I will remember it in my heart. I will never forget sect leader's kindness." Wang Huan smiled. Just at this moment, an elder of the Soaring Sky Gate stood up and said with a smile, "Didn't you make a bet with Luo Tian at the martial arts practice field? Elder Wang Li, Luo Tian is still alive, right? Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and slap Wu Feng?" Wu Feng's light was too bright. If they didn't rub the spirit-gathering sect spirit, then they really wouldn't have a chance. Once Wu Feng entered the House of Bai, the spirit-gathering sect would definitely rise to the top. At that time, their days would be difficult. The elder of the Four Seas Gate, who was in charge of recruiting disciples, also stood up and said with a smile, "That's right. The previous bet said that Luo Tian wouldn't live for more than 3 days, right? I know that Elder Wang sent bounty hunters to hunt down Luo Tian, but I didn't expect them to fail the first time, and the second time they entered Wu Mountain, they never came back. This means that Luo Tian is still alive. Elder Wang, you really should fulfill the bet. Give Wu Feng a slap. That's something you promised." "That's right. The entire Wushan city knows about this. Brother Wang Li, are you thinking of going back on your word? You might not know this, but in order to kill that kid Luo Tian, the spirit congregating sect sent out an assassination team. These were all elite disciples, but I didn't expect that none of them returned. They were all killed, in an instant. Other than the Rising Sky Feather sect, the elders of the other 11 sects all stood up and started to jeer. The spirit-gathering sect's aura was extremely strong now, especially Wu Feng. His cold arrogance, and complacent expression made them very unhappy. The most important point was, they wanted to drive a wedge between Wu Feng and the spirit-gathering sect. As long as Wang Li slapped Wu Feng in front of everyone, Wu Feng would definitely hold a grudge. As long as he held a grudge, even if he was a disciple of the House of Bai, he wouldn't be of any help to the spirit-gathering sect. This would directly attack the spirit-gathering sect, which was a very good thing for them. Wang Li's expression kept changing. His face was very ugly. He thought that no one knew about this, but now there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. How could no one investigate this kind of thing? Wang Huan's expression was also very ugly. It had already been a month, and the 3 days deadline had already passed. He thought that this matter was already settled, but who knew? He stared at Wang Li, extremely dissatisfied. At the same time, he smiled faintly and said, "No one knows whether that brat Luo Tian is still alive or not. Leader of the Soaring Sky sect, do you know? Leader of the Four Seas sect, do you know? How do you know that he is still alive? Just because the spirit-gathering sect didn't kill him, he is still alive? I don't need to say how dangerous the Wu Mountain range is, but all of you should know very well. How can a piece of trash like him with a shattered dantian come out alive? I'm afraid that he has already died in the stomach of a demonic beast. I'm afraid that he has already turned into feces." After he finished speaking, a voice came out from the crowd and asked, "What if he is still alive?" The leader of the spirit-gathering sect sneered and said without thinking, "If he is still alive and standing in front of me, I will personally fulfill the bet and slap Wu Feng." The person who spoke in the crowd sneered and walked out from the crowd. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. As it was pulled further and further away, Old Bull screamed at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Support Old Bull." Chapter 905. A month had passed since the incident. Luo Tian had entered Wu Mountain, which was filled with monsters. Would he still be alive? Wang Huan did not know what had happened in Wu Mountain, but from the bodies he carried back, he was certain that the person who killed the disciples of the spirit-gathering sect was not Luo Tian. As for how the bounty hunter hyena died, it was normal for a bounty hunter to be retaliated against. So, At this time, in order to save Wu Feng's face and also for the spirit-gathering sect's face, he did not hesitate to say, "I will personally slap him," because he knew that Luo Tian must be dead. Even if he was not dead, as long as he had a brain, he would not appear in Wu Mountain City again. Because how could a muggle fight against a sect? It was completely an act of seeking death. But a man wearing a black cloak walked out of the crowd. He looked in the direction of the spirit congregating sect and took off his cloak. He coldly smiled and said, "Then give him a slap right now." The person who came was Luo Tian. The people of Wu Mountain City had forgotten about him. Although more than a dozen sects said that they all knew in their hearts that a muggle who had just entered the ancient continent with a shattered dantian could not survive in a dangerous place like Wu Mountain Range. It was simply impossible. But the moment Luo Tian took off his cloak, the people who had seen Luo Tian and the disciples who had entered the ancient world on the same day as him were all shocked. At this moment, these people were directly shocked and could not say a word. Wang Huan had never seen Luo Tian before. So when Luo Tian took off his cloak, he said with disdain, "Where did you come from? If you continue to cause trouble here, I will immediately make you disappear from this world." As soon as his voice faded, Wang Huan could not help but look at Wu Feng. He saw that Wu Feng's face was very ugly, as if he had been slapped a few times. His face was ashen, his fists were clenched, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. His eyes revealed an undisguised killing intent. Thick killing intent. Wang Li reminded in a low voice, "Sect Master, he is Luo Tian." Wang Huan's face darkened, but he had been through a lot, so he was very calm. He sneered and said sarcastically, "If I were you, I would never step into Wu Shan City." "You still have a chance." Without waiting for Wang Huan to finish, Luo Tian smiled and said, "You're not me." "Of course, a person like you can't be me. Moreover, your IQ is even lower than mine. How can a pig be me? Let's fight. You won't go back on what you said in front of so many people, right?" Luo Tian did not back down. He was mocked by Wang Li on the martial arts practice field and used as a stepping stone. Being mocked by Wu Feng, Luo Tian's disdainful face and disdainful and arrogant expression made him very unhappy. He was also ridiculed by thousands of disciples and the elders of the 12 sections. Luo Tian endured all of this. He was not a hothead, so he would not be angered by ridicule. The spirit conglomerate sect shouldn't have sent Hyena to kill him, and they shouldn't have tried to kill him again and again. In the end, they didn't manage to kill him, and they even sent out a hunting team. No one could take this lying down. Not to mention Luo Tian. "You want to kill me? Then I won't let you have it easy." Luo Tian's sudden appearance was like a pebble that caused a layer of purgatory. Ripples spread out and formed into a wave that quickly spread out. He is Luo Tian. He is the one who made the bet with Elder Wang Li? Is this person's brain filled with shit? Coming back alive, isn't he looking for death? This is going to be a good show. Will Wang Huan slap Wu Feng in front of so many people? If he does, then Wu Feng will definitely feel bad and will not help the spirit congregating sect in the future. If he doesn't slap Wu Feng, then where will he put his face? The spirit congregating sect will become a laughing stock in the Martial Mountain City. Whether he slaps Wu Feng or not, the spirit congregating sect will be in a difficult situation. Ha ha ha! This trash Luo Tian came at the right time. Ha ha ha! Sect leader Wang, are you going back on your words? So many people have heard it. Now that this brat has lived for 3 days, you should keep your promise, right? That's right. Sect leader Wang, you have to keep your promise. Don't think that just because Wu Feng is your disciple that you can't bear to do it. If you don't do it, then let me do it. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the 11 sects were in an uproar. At the Rising Sky Feather sect, Yao Hai's expression was first shocked, then he frowned. Ai, why did this brat come back? Is there a need to come back and die for a bet? Doesn't he know that even if Wang Huan slaps Wu Feng, The spirit congregating sect won't let him go? A middle-aged man beside him said calmly, "He is that Luo Tian?" Yao Hai nodded, reporting to sect leader, "He is Luo Tian." Sect leader, "Our Rising Sky Feather sect has too few disciples this year. Why not?" Without waiting for him to finish, the Rising Sky Feather sect leader immediately stopped him. "Elder Yao, I don't need to tell you the current situation of the Rising Sky Feather sect. If we accept him as our disciple, not only will the spirit congregating sect go against us, but we will also be suppressed by Baixian. At that time, yes." Yao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. He thought to himself, "Brother Luo, I can't help you. Everything will depend on your own luck." The Rising Sky Feather sect couldn't accept Luo Tian. No matter what Wang Huan chose, Luo Tian would die. If the Rising Sky Feather sect accepted Luo Tian, the Rising Sky Feather sect would collapse in less than a month in Marshall Mountain City. Not only the Rising Sky Feather sect. It was the same for the other 11 sections. No one would accept Luo Tian. Luo Tian was a hot potato. Whoever accepted him would die. Furthermore, in their eyes, Luo Tian was just a chess piece to suppress the spirit congregating sect and to sow discord between Wu Feng and the spirit congregating sect. He was also a trash with a shattered dantian. Who would accept him? Who would care about his life and death? No one would care. At the back of the crowd, a handsome young man wearing gorgeous clothes said to the woman wearing a black cloak beside him, "Senior sister, what's so interesting about this martial arts competition? Let's go back quickly." Under the black cloak was a peerless face. Her voice was cold as she said, "Let's stay in Marshall Mountain City for one more day. I'm a little tired and want to rest." The handsome young man was stunned. Although he didn't want to stay in this place, he still smiled respectfully and said, "Yes, I'll listen to Senior Sister." Chapter 4, one more chapter later. Chapter 906. Wang Huan didn't know what to do. He looked at Wu Feng. Wu Feng stared at Luo Tian with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Luo Tian didn't even look at him as he smiled and said, "Sect leader Wang, are you still not going to attack? If you go back on your words, it will affect your position in the Marshall Mountain City. How can a sect leader who doesn't keep his words establish his prestige?" Wang Li's face turned angry as he scolded, "Brat, I think you're tired of living. I'll send you to hell right now." While they were talking, Wang Li was about to rush forward. At this moment, Luo Tian sneered and shouted, "The sect leader of the spirit congregating sect didn't keep his words, and now wants to kill me. Look clearly, this is the ugly face of the spirit congregating sect." The crowd began to discuss. As a sect leader, it's not good to go back on his words, right? How will the others look at sect leader Wang Huan? Haha, this brat really has some tricks up his sleeve. Wang Huan can't back down at all, and he can't kill this brat in front of everyone. Otherwise, he will be set as going back on his words. This way, even if the spirit congregating sect has Wu Feng in the Marshall Mountain City, it will be hard for them to do anything. Attacking Luo Tian at this time was very unwise. Wang Huan naturally understood. He immediately shouted, "Wang Li, stop right there." Wang Li's face darkened. "Sect leader, I must kill this trash." Wang Huan angrily scolded, "Get out of my way. If you can't even deal with the trash, I think you're done as an elder." Very dissatisfied, he couldn't even deal with a muggle who had just entered the ancient world. This made him very disappointed. Wang Li didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he immediately stood to the side and stared at Luo Tian with fire in his eyes. Wang Huan smiled and said, "Brother Luo, everything can be discussed. With your talent, no sect in the Marshall Mountain City will take you in. I'll take you in, and from today onwards, you'll be a disciple of the spirit congregating sect. No one will dare to bully you. What do you think? First, I'll stabilize you. After today, I'll kill you immediately." Luo Tian also had a smile on his face. He pretended to ponder for a moment and then said with a smile, "I'll see what you think." I like to see people slap their own people. Sect leader Wang, you should quickly slap Wu Feng. After that, everything will be fine. The martial arts competition is about to begin. We can't waste everyone's time because of you. You. Wang Huan was furious. If there weren't so many people present, he would have killed Luo Tian in a single move. Being forced to this point, the rage in his heart could no longer be contained. Luo Tian smiled coldly and scolded. You sent people to kill me? This is what you get for trying to kill me. If you make things difficult for me, I won't let you have it easy either. At this moment, Wu Feng suddenly stood up with an ugly expression. He looked at Wang Huan and said, Sect Master, give me a slap and I will immediately kill this trash. I want to see if he will still be so arrogant when he kneels on the ground and begs for mercy. Wu Feng suddenly agreed. Wang Huan didn't expect this at all. Since Wu Feng agreed, then this matter would be much easier to handle. Wang Huan revealed a pained expression and said, Wu Feng, I've wronged you. Don't worry, the spirit congregating sect will definitely compensate you. Wu Feng smiled calmly. He was extremely unhappy in his heart. Being slapped in the face in front of the entire city was a huge humiliation. But compared to this, he had already thought about it. He would use 1,000 times more cruel methods to deal with Luo Tian. He would make him kneel on the ground and kowtow. He would make him taste all sorts of humiliation and then kill him. However, just as Wang Huan was about to make a move, a voice sounded out, Wait! The voice was very deep. There were only 2 people who had such a deep voice, and they were both from the House of Bai. The person who spoke was Bai Xian. He stood up and shouted, Wu Feng is already a disciple of the House of Bai. Slapping a disciple of the House of Bai is the same as slapping the House of Bai's face. I will not allow a disciple of the House of Bai to be humiliated like this. Suddenly, Bai Xian's figure moved and directly landed beside Luo Tian. Bai Xian looked coldly at Luo Tian and said, Brat, you better know your place. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You can't afford to offend the spirit congregating sect, but you can't afford to offend the House of Bai either. I advise you to scram like a dog, otherwise. Luo Tian was not afraid and said, Otherwise what? I don't care about the spirit congregating sect or the House of Bai. I only know one thing. Since I made a bet, then I have to keep my promise. Otherwise, don't bet with me. You also heard what sect leader Wang said. If he doesn't slap Wu Feng's face today, then he is a despicable person with no credibility. Bai Xian's expression changed. His eyes were also filled with killing intent. Even the House of Bai could not suppress Luo Tian. This was the first time. Bai Xian angrily shouted, You dog, you're seeking your own death. Luo Tian was not weak at all. He scolded back, Old thing, you should die first. You. Bai Xian was even more furious. Just at that moment, Dongfang Shua, who was in the gambling house, suddenly pushed open the window and smiled. Since we made a bet, then we have to keep our promise. This little brother is right. Be it spirit congregating sect or Bai Jin, we have to keep our promise. The killing intent in Bai Xian's heart retracted. He looked at the gambling house and smiled respectfully. He knew about the Dongfang family. He knew that even 100 House of Bai were not their match. Wu Feng knew his place and said, Thank you, Elder Bai. I am not a disciple of the House of Bai. Once I become one, I will cherish my identity. Sect leader, let's fight. Wang Huan was stunned. Really? Wu Feng said, Fight. Wang Huan looked at Bai Xian in the distance. Bai Xian closed his eyes. Even if he was from the House of Bai, he did not dare to do anything. After all, the spirit congregating sect had lost the bet. Moreover, Wang Huan had said such words in front of so many people. The most crucial point was that, since Dongfang Shua had spoken, then Bai Xian had to bear with it. He could not afford to offend the Dongfang family. Luo Tian smiled in delight and said, Fight, what are you talking about? Just like a girl, ha ha ha. Wang Huan was infuriated. He reminded him, I'll hit him. Wu Feng closed his eyes and hollered, Damn trash, I won't let you off. Pa! A crisp sound, although the strength was not strong and the sound was not loud, but at that moment the entire square quietened down, which was why this slap was especially loud. Ha ha ha, he really hit him. This time Wu Feng has lost a lot of face. Ha ha ha, to be slapped in front of so many people, this is a huge humiliation, ha ha ha. The disciples of the other sects all laughed. They all mocked. This time, Wu Feng had lost all his face. Wang Huan suddenly moved like an angry lion and roared, Go to hell! However, just as he was about to rush out, he was stopped by Wu Feng. Wu Feng blocked in front of Wang Huan, turned around and coldly looked at Luo Tian and said, I want to beat up this trash on the stage and make him kneel on the ground and shout out to me, calling me father. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Can old cow ask for a monthly ticket? Brothers with monthly tickets, please help me. I'm so tired. Good night, brothers. Chapter 907. This slap infuriated Wu Feng. How arrogant was he? Like a peacock spreading its tail. He was slapped in front of everyone in Wushan City. How could he accept that? The person who slapped him was the sect leader of the Spirit Gathering sect. So he had no choice. He could only target Luo Tian. He wanted Luo Tian to die. He wanted him to kneel on the ground and slap Luo Tian a few hundred times. He wanted Luo Tian to kneel on the ground and call him father. But he did not want to do that off the stage. He wanted to take revenge on the stage, in front of the entire city. Only then would he be able to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. Only then would he be able to make the people of Wushan City remember him. Wu Feng. The moment Wu Feng said those words, Wang Huan immediately stopped and praised, Good! We'll use his blood to wash it away. But he doesn't belong to any sect. This newbie competition, before Wang Huan could finish his words, Bai Xian laughed coldly. Looking at Dongfang Shua, he said expressionlessly, Since the betting house has this kid's odds, then he has the right to participate. Since it's a newbie competition, of course it's all the newbies from the ancient world. As for who he represents, Bai Xian looked around at the sect leaders of the other 12 sections. At that moment, those sect masters immediately turned their gazes elsewhere, not daring to look at Bai Xian. They were afraid that Bai Xian would arrange for Luo Tian to join their sect. Although there was nothing wrong on the surface, Luo Tian was a hot potato. Whoever took over would be suppressed. Even if Bai Xian spoke, they would not take over. At that moment, Yao Hai said once more, Sect leader, why don't we? The Heavenly Feather sect leader immediately shouted, No, you know that his dantian is broken. Even cultivation is a problem. If he goes up on stage, he will definitely be sent flying. At that time, he will lose face for the Heavenly Feather sect. You can't mention him joining the Heavenly Feather sect. Yao Hai was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said yes. He could not help Luo Tian. However, in his heart, he felt that Luo Tian's return this time was unusual. He was not a fool. How could he fight a battle that he had no confidence in? No one was willing to accept Luo Tian as their disciple. Luo Tian had already guessed this outcome. He smiled faintly and said, Can I not participate? I abstain. Bai Xian sneered and immediately shouted, No, you can't even give up. There are no rules for giving up in the newcomer competition. Furthermore, the newcomer competition in Marshall Mountain City is a rule set by the House of Bai. I have the final say here. If I say you must participate, you can't give up. Luo Tian said, Does that mean I have to die in the ring? Bai Xian said, You are very smart. You are right. I want you to die in the arena. I gave you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it. Now you have to participate in the competition. Just now, when he tried to stop him, Luo Tian did not give him any face at all. This made Bai Xian very unhappy. Who was he? He was the steward of the House of Bai. He was considered an elder. In Marshall Mountain City, his words were orders. Who dared to disobey him? He was used to being a tyrant in Marshall Mountain City. He did not expect that Luo Tian would not give him any face at all, and in front of so many people in Marshall Mountain City. This made him embarrassed. When Wu Feng said that he wanted to torture Luo Tian in the arena, he was very happy. He was very satisfied with Wu Feng's brain. Of course, he wanted to facilitate this matter. Luo Tian was also clear in his heart. Not to mention, he had prepared everything when he came out of Marshall Mountain Range. Since he wanted to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. Wu Feng wanted to kill him in the arena. He wanted him to kneel down and call him father? Then come on. Humiliating him once was not enough. Then he would humiliate him again. He stretched out his face for you to hit. You don't want to hit him? He had to hit him. He had to hit him so hard that even his mother would not recognize him. Immediately, Luo Tian laughed and said, "If that's the case, then fine. I will represent myself. I don't belong to any sect." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the square was shocked. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant tone. How dare he say such words? Represent himself? Is he going to challenge the disciples of the 13 sects? This brat must be tired of living. Do you even need to say that? He offended Wu Feng, the spirit-gathering sect, and now the House of Bai. Even if he doesn't want to die, it will be hard for him to not die. Now let's see how he dies. Will he meet Wu Feng? At the betting window, Asi's face was full of excitement. He looked at Luo Tian in the distance and laughed loudly. His dantian is shattered. How dare a trash with no talent say such words? Don't say that I didn't tell you. As long as it's a match, everyone will bet on his opponent to win. This brat will definitely die a horrible death. What if he loses? Lose? If he loses, I will pay for it. How can this trash win? Unless a mute speaks. Asi was really delighted. He was 100% sure that Luo Tian would be sent flying. Out of the few thousand new disciples, all of them had low talent and were many times better than him. Even if Luo Tian trained hard, he wouldn't be their match. Talent was a gap, and such a gap couldn't be made up for in a short time. So, Luo Tian would definitely lose. At that moment, everyone once again surged towards the betting window. I bet that Luo Tian will lose. He will lose every match. I bet 100 cultivation coins. This is my mother's coffin money, and I stole it. This time I will definitely earn a huge sum. I bet 80 cultivation coins. I bet 60 cultivation coins. Who wouldn't bet on a sure-win battle? Even a fool wouldn't give up. Even Asi bet all his savings. He knew that Luo Tian was definitely going to lose. He was going to earn big money. He laughed out loud. Let's earn big money together with Master Asi. Above the gambling house, Dongfang Shua frowned. He didn't think that Bai Xian would force Luo Tian to participate in the new disciple competition. He couldn't interfere with the matters of Marshall Mountain City, and the Dongfang family also clearly said that they couldn't interfere with matters of other places. At that moment, the manager of the gambling house walked into the room with an ugly expression. "Young master, if this continues, we won't be able to take it." Everyone in Marshall Mountain City knew that Luo Tian's dantian was shattered. Naturally, they were very clear. If he went up to compete, he would definitely lose. Like this, the gambling house would be dragged down. Although the Dongfang family didn't care about this small amount of money, but the Marshall Mountain City's poison house couldn't take out so much money. If they couldn't pay, then the Dongfang family's reputation would definitely be affected. At that time, the higher-ups would definitely blame Dongfang Shua, and he would never be able to return to the family headquarters. How could Dongfang Shua not know? But the family rules were rules, and he couldn't break them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to return to the family headquarters. Immediately, Dongfang Shua's brows relaxed, and he faintly smiled. "I'm already like this, so it doesn't matter if I return or not. No matter how much the bet is, I'll accept it. Anyways, it's not my money that's lost. The old man's face became anxious, but, young master, Dongfang Shuo smiled. No need to say any more. Go and do your work. Chapter 1. Delivered today's update is starting. Brothers, I'm not too far away from the person in front of me. It's that girl from last month again. I'm only a few dozen votes away. Can you guys beat her? She's a fresh and tender girl. Chapter 908. Some things couldn't be changed just by hard work. Dongfang Shuo understood. Since things had reached such a stage, he could only leave it to the heavens. Moreover, these few years he had tried his best to change. But wasn't he still stuck in this small place? Since that was the case, then let him go. He felt like he had nothing to lose. It didn't matter anymore. Could it be worse than now? He had already been pushed to the bottom by Dongfang Xiong. Could it be worse than now? Thinking about that, Dongfang Shuo smiled and his heart relaxed. Is there any place worse than here? At that moment, Luo Tian decided to participate. Bai Xian laughed. Spirit Gathering sect leader Wang Huan laughed. Wang Li also laughed. The one who laughed the happiest was Wu Feng. He was in a very good mood as he stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, Trash, kneel down and call me father later. If father is happy, he might even spare your dog life. Ha ha ha. A commotion broke out in the crowd. This kid is really participating? Is he not afraid of dying? I thought I would be the last in this competition. Now that he is here, I feel much more at ease. Ha ha ha. He's someone that even Elderby hates. This time, I must humiliate him properly. The more I humiliate him, the better. Maybe if Elderby is satisfied, I can also enter the Bai clan. Ha ha ha. This kid is really our lucky star. The spectators treated Luo Tian as a laughingstock who didn't know the difference between life and death. They were waiting for him to be ruthlessly humiliated on the martial stage, and then kneel in front of Wu Feng and call him father. Some of the other participating disciples had their own plans. All of them wanted to perform in front of Bai Xian. At the start, they couldn't find a good reason. Now that Luo Tian had appeared, the worse they beat Luo Tian up, the happier Elderby would be. This was their chance to perform, a very good chance. The sect leaders of the 11 sects were deep in thought. If Luo Tian was stepped on by Wu Feng, he would definitely be stepped on by Wu Feng. This way, Wu Feng's influence in the martial mountain city would increase, and the spirit congregating sect's influence would also increase, much more than before. They indirectly became helpers. Furthermore, after the face-slapping incident, Wu Feng would be valued by Bai Xian. In the house of Bai, he would definitely be heavily groomed. At that time, it would be even more disadvantageous for these sects, because they were the ones who had said those words. Thinking of this, the sect leader of the Four Seas sect immediately ordered, Whoever meets Luo Tian, don't give him any chances, kill him immediately. The Soaring Sky Gates sect master also ordered, We can't let Wu Feng face off against Luo Tian. Otherwise, Wu Feng's influence will greatly increase. You have to kill that brat before he does. This way, he won't be able to wash away the humiliation of being slapped, and the spirit congregating sect's influence won't increase by much. Disciple obeys. Sect master, don't worry. I might not be able to deal with Wu Feng, but I can still deal with a trash with a shattered dantian. As long as it's me, I can kill him in one move. None of them placed Luo Tian in their eyes. In their hearts, Luo Tian was like a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch, anyone could beat, anyone could humiliate and ridicule him. At this moment, Luo Tian's name was written on a piece of paper, in the box in the room. A few referees also began to discuss the competition. Luo Tian, on the other hand, walked towards the gambling house. Kid, you can't be thinking of leaving, right? You're afraid at this time? Let me tell you, it's too late now. Even if you don't compete today, you will die in the arena. Brat, I bet a lot of money on you losing. Don't disappoint us. Wherever Luo Tian went, there would be sounds of ridicule. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to them. Walking to the betting window of the poison tower, he said faintly, "Can I place a bet?" Ha ha ha! As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, Ah Si, who was not far behind him, laughed loudly. "You dead trash, who are you betting for? Do you think you can live through today?" "Definitely can't live." "If he can live through today, then I will wring my head off. Kid, you can lose in peace. It's best if you can hold on for a few more rounds. That way we can earn more, ha ha ha." A large group of gamblers around Ah Si ridiculed him. Luo Tian still acted as if he didn't hear anything, waiting for the gambling house's staff to reply. "You can place a bet. May I ask who you want to bet on?" Luo Tian didn't say anything, but asked again, "May I ask if you accept goods as collateral? You can mortgage them at half price." The gambling house's little sister politely smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I can't do it here for the time being." Oh, Luo Tian was a little disappointed. If they could accept goods as collateral, then he could bet a little more. Immediately, he took out all his cultivation coins, a total of 160 cultivation coins, and handed it over, saying, "I'll bet all of it myself." The little sister was stunned for a moment, unable to react for a moment, and said, "Who are you betting on?" Luo Tian repeated, "Myself, Luo Tian." The little sister's eyes were startled again. She was actually a little excited and said, "Are you sure you want to bet on yourself?" This was the first time someone bet on Luo Tian. Although this person was himself, she was still a little excited. Luo Tian nodded and said, "I'm sure." The little sister immediately wrote out a receipt, fearing that Luo Tian would go back on his word. However, Luo Tian didn't take it, but said, "I'll bet on all of my matches." The little sister was stunned and immediately said, "I'll change it for you immediately." After changing it to all of his matches, Luo Tian took it and put it away. The people behind him were all stunned. They stared at Luo Tian in a daze, like they were looking at an idiot. Suddenly, Ah Si was the first to burst into laughter. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and laughed. "Ha ha ha! He actually bought all his tickets. He must have shit in his head. Ha ha ha! Kid, can you survive the first round? You even bet on all of your matches. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh their heads off?" Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! What a joke! So much cultivation coins are wasted. Luo Tian was too lazy to look at them. He only glanced at Ah Si, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The moment Luo Tian turned around, the manager of the gambling house immediately reported what happened to Dongfang Shua and asked, "Young master, should we let him pawn the goods? Maybe this kid really has something good on him, and we can reduce our losses." Dongfang Shua looked at Luo Tian, who was below the building. He was very calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. He waved his hand and said, "No need. This kid is not as simple as we think." The old man felt that it was a pity. He sighed in his heart and said, "Understood." It was also at this time a judge walked onto the stage and shouted, "The newbie competition starts now." Chapter 2, Delivery. Chapter 909. The competition had begun. All the new disciples walked out one by one. Wu Feng stood at the front. Behind him were dozens of Spirit Congregating Sect's disciples, followed by Soaring Sky Sect for Sea Sect. At the very end was the Heavenly Feather Sect. This was based on the ranking of last year's newcomer competition. However, this year there was one more person at the back, and that was Luo Tian. Wu Feng's expression was extremely arrogant. He directly ordered, "What's his is mine. If anyone dares to kill him in the arena, I will not let them off." He wanted to kill Luo Tian. No one could stop him. These participating disciples were the same. He wanted to use Luo Tian's life to wash away the humiliation of the slap. Everyone was stunned. They looked away and did not say anything. At this time, Wu Feng looked at Luo Tian, who was at the back of the line, and made a provocative gesture. He sneered and said, "Damn trash, you will kneel in front of me and call me father." Luo Tian did not look at him at all. Ignored. This made Wu Feng even angrier. He wanted to immediately challenge Luo Tian. At this time, Sky Sex Wang Xiu versus 4Cs Sex Li Zhong. 2 new disciples, please come out. As soon as the voice sounded, 2 disciples walked out of the line and onto the arena at the same time. The referee said slightly, "In the arena, you will stop when the result is determined. However, fists and legs have no eyes. If you are injured or killed, you will not pursue the matter after the competition. This is the rule of the House of Bai. Of course, you should stop when the result is determined. Don't hurt the harmony." Life and death were determined in the arena. Martial arts were killing techniques. Otherwise, what was the use of cultivation? This point, they were very clear that these people were all experts from the lower planes. They knew that there was no such thing as stopping when the result is determined in the arena. If I don't kill you, you will kill me. It was called a competition, but it was actually a massacre. Only the strong could survive until the end. It was the same as practicing martial arts. The strong was king. No one could change this rule of survival. Did you hear clearly? The referee shouted slightly. The 2 said at the same time, "Yes." "Brother Wang, please. Brother Li, you first." The 2 disciples exchanged some pleasantries, and under the judge's command, they attacked almost at the same time. The 2 of them were both at the peak of the first-rank spirit martial realm. No matter if it was power or speed, there was not much difference. As a result, the 2 of them kept fighting. After 10 minutes, there was still no clear winner. About 15 minutes later, Li Zhong pretended that his attack was blocked and suddenly retreated. Wang Xiu didn't know that it was a trap and continued to attack. At that moment, Li Zhong suddenly launched an attack. The power that he had been accumulating for a long time exploded out and punched Wang Xiu out of the stage. Bang! Wang Xiu fell to the ground and fainted. Li Zhong smiled and said, "Brother Wang, thank you for letting me win." A few soaring Heaven Gate disciples immediately came forward to help him up. They coldly glared at Li Zhong and coldly snorted, "Admit my ass! You even crippled him. What a sinister and despicable thing." Li Zhong smiled coldly and did not reply. The strong were the kings. Only people would remember that he had defeated Wang Xiu. No one would remember how he had won. A win was a win. A clamor erupted from the crowd. "Ha ha ha! We won! We won! Wang Xiu, you trash! You caused me to lose 10 profound coin. You've disappointed me too much. Don't let me see you next time, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you." There were people betting on every match. Some lost, some won. This was gambling. While they were talking, 2 hours passed. All the big sects had their own wins and losses, but the Heavenly Feather sect had always been losing. It was as if they were making a wedding dress for others, and did not win a single match. Bai Xian coldly snorted at this point. The Heavenly Feather sect really can't take it anymore. It seems like it's time to consider changing them. To not be able to win a single match in this kind of low-end martial arts competition was too disappointing. At this moment, Spirit Congregating Sects Wu Feng versus Orchid Heart Sects Yulei. Wu Feng is going on stage. It's finally his turn. Wow. Senior Brother Wu is so handsome. If only I could marry him. Wu Feng, don't disappoint us. Wu Feng was the only one with average talent among these disciples. He was extremely famous in the martial mountain city, and almost everyone knew him. When he walked onto the stage, he immediately caused a large wave of cheers, and the gamblers were shouting crazily. "Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill." Wu Feng bowed slightly to Bai Xian. Bai Xian nodded and smiled. Following that, Wu Feng looked at Yulei and sneered in disdain. A superior aura surfaced on his face as he said indifferently, "One move." "Huh. Wu Feng, aren't you being too arrogant?" Yulei said in displeasure. Wu Feng said disdainfully, "Against trash like you, one move is enough." Yulei was infuriated. The moment the referee announced the start of the match, he rushed forward like a madman. Die. In that instant, The moment Yu Lei rushed towards him, Wu Feng did not move at all. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he revealed a sneer of contempt. Just this kind of power? Too weak. Get the hell down. The moment Yu Lei's fist struck out, Wu Feng's body tilted to the side, his body suddenly spun. His right foot fiercely lashed out. Like lightning, it struck Yu Lei's cheek, and his entire body flew out. Bam! He smashed onto the bluestone floor outside the arena. Blood splattered everywhere as his head split open. Yu Lei died on the spot. Instant kill in one move. Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill. Wu Feng, Wu Feng. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Wu Feng enjoyed this feeling very much, and an excited expression appeared on his face. He then looked at the stunned fallen leaves in the crowd, moved his index finger, pointed at Luo Tian and sneered, "Prepare to kneel down and call me father!" Everyone followed his gaze. Many people mocked. This brat is going to suffer. Wu Feng is already angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to instantly kill Luo Tian. If that brat Luo Tian meets Wu Feng, he will definitely be tortured to death. Ha ha ha. It's not just torture. Wu Feng will definitely slowly play Luo Tian to death. Who told him to insist on Wang Huan hitting Wu Feng's face in front of so many people? Isn't that courting death? Luo Tian stood in the middle of the crowd, calculating in his heart. My payout is 1 to 15. If I keep winning, how much money will I earn? I wonder if I can buy the blood spirit force. If only I can unlock the seal of the 4 mythological beasts' bloodline, then I can go to Cloud Mist College to look for the silly queen, Sai. I wonder how she is now. I wonder if her injuries have healed. Luo Tian didn't care about this newcomer's competition at all. As for Wu Feng, from the beginning, he didn't put Wu Feng in his eyes. A silly, pretentious person, jumping up and down to find a sense of existence. This kind of person was simply not worthy of being on the stage. He had never thought of treating him as an opponent if he really wanted to kill him. That was very simple. Just kill him with one slap. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Just 12 more votes, and I will be able to explode the fresh and tender chrysanthemum of the little girl in front of me. Brothers, Old Bull only wishes for one shot tonight. Requesting firepower, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 9-10. Next group. 4C's Sect's Zhang Mingqing against Luo Tian, who no sect is willing to take in. The referee probably said the words "no sect is willing to take you in" especially loudly. As soon as he finished, everyone laughed out loud. Kid, it's your turn. What are you in a daze for? Could it be that your legs have gone soft from fear? Ha ha ha. Zhang Mingqing's odds are not bad. I've made a profit this time. Luo Tian, you must lose beautifully. It's best if you lose within 3 moves. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian's name was also known by everyone. No, he was treated as a target of ridicule, while Wu Feng was a target of worship. They were 2 completely opposite people. Wu Feng glanced at him coldly, then looked at Zhang Mingqing and said, "You must not kill him, otherwise the next one to die will be you." Zhang Mingqing's face changed as he looked at 4C's sect leader. 4C's sect leader made a kill gesture. Immediately after, Zhang Mingqing nodded his head and walked towards the stage in large strides. He had already made up his mind that he would kill Luo Tian. This way, he would be able to perform well in front of Elder Bai Xian and obtain the recognition of the patriarch. As for Wu Feng's words, he had nothing to do with him, so there was no need for him to care. Luo Tian pulled himself back from his thoughts amidst the commotion around him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he knew that it was time for him to go on stage. At this moment, Zhang Mingqing had already appeared on the stage. Looking at the slow and leisurely Luo Tian in the distance, he could not help but sneer and said, "Trash! Hurry up and get up here. Do you think you won't die just because you walk a little slower?" Entering the ancient world with a piece of trash like you is truly my shame. Today, I must teach you a good lesson. In the distance, beside the gambling house, Asi's expression was extremely pleased with himself as he laughed. Just watch, Luo Tian, this trash will be sent flying by Zhang Mingqing in one move. Just wait and count the money, ha ha ha. Listen to Master Four. Master Four, I've bet 100 profound coin-s for this match. If I win, I'll give you 10 as a gift. Luo Tian leisurely walked up to the ring and looked at the cold and arrogant Zhang Mingqing. He smiled faintly and said, "You can't wait to see the king of hell? Let me tell you, I hate the word trash the most." Zhang Mingqing was startled at first, before he burst out laughing. Trash, 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 trash. What do you think? I'm the exact opposite of you. I like to say this word the most. This word is used to describe trash like you. Luo Tian frowned, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, the referee said, "Begin." After he finished speaking, he flew down the stage. He didn't want to miss the scene of Luo Tian being sent flying. He wanted to see how a trash like Luo Tian, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, would die. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. In a flash, Zhang Mingqing's body suddenly fell down. A bloody hole appeared in his chest. He had been punched through. No one was able to react in time. This speed, it was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Plop! Zhang Mingqing fell down on the stage. Beside him, Luo Tian wiped the blood on his fist and said faintly, "I said I hate the word trash the most. Every time I say it, you die. If you have 10 lives, you will die 10 times today." Immediately, Luo Tian didn't even look at the crowd as he walked down the stage alone. Silence. It was terrifyingly silent. No sound came out from the crowd. Everyone felt as if there was a huge rock on their chest. It was difficult to breathe. How could it be? Instant kill, like lightning. Zhang Mingqing was a warrior at the peak of the first level of the spiritual martial realm. How could he be instantly killed by a trash with a shattered dantian? Illusion. It must be an illusion. It couldn't be real. It was all an illusion. It happened so fast that no one could react. Even the 13 sect leaders and Bai Xian couldn't react. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Mingqing fell to the ground. They didn't even see how Luo Tian attacked, because they didn't care. In their hearts, they all thought that Zhang Mingqing would win and Luo Tian would be trampled. But now Luo Tian used a fist to give them a hard slap. This invisible slap was extremely loud. Pia, pia. Those who looked down on Luo Tian and mocked Luo Tian were slapped so hard that even their mothers couldn't recognize them. Yao Hai's suppressed emotions suddenly burst out as he shouted a word, "Good!" At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. What happened? How did Zhang Mingqing die? What happened? Who can tell me? Isn't he a trash with a shattered dantian? How could he kill Zhang Mingqing? They couldn't accept this reality. Everyone was discussing loudly. However, just at this moment, near the gambling house, Asi's face was extremely pale. The gamblers were all looking at him. They stared at him with murderous eyes. They listened to Asi's words and all bet that Luo Tian would lose. Now that Zhang Mingqing was killed in one move, they felt like they were being played. Everyone was furious. "Kill him!" It was unknown who shouted this. Then, those gamblers rushed forward like a swarm of bees and instantly surrounded Asi. A few seconds later, Asi's face was bruised and swollen. He was lying on the ground twitching and begging for mercy. It must be that trash Zhang Mingqing's carelessness to be sneak attacked by Luo Tian. He won this round by luck, not by strength. He will definitely die in the next round. Please believe me, I also bet. I won't harm myself. Asi, I'll give you one more chance. If that kid wins the next round, I will not let you go. Motherfucker, you caused me to lose 80 cultivation coins. It's all because of you, you dog. I lost it all. In the gambling house. Dongfang Shuo was stunned. In the entire square, there were less than 3 people who saw Luo Tian's fist, and he was one of them. He was shocked and smiled. "Good kid, you hid your strength well. Interesting, really interesting." The manager of the gambling house smiled as he ran over. "Young master, we've earned a lot. Ha ha ha. Apart from losing to Luo Tian, we also earned tens of thousands of profound coins." Dongfeng Shuo smiled in satisfaction. "Based on the rules, the winner will change the odds. In the next round, no one will bet on Luo Tian. His odds won't change. It's still 115. Wu Feng's expression changed slightly as he looked at Wang Huan. Wang Huan shook his head. "I didn't see it clearly, but no matter how strong he is, he can't be your opponent. Don't worry about that." Wu Feng smiled in delight. "I know that. Let's see how he dies, you dog." He was not afraid. He did not even have a trace of fear. In his heart, Luo Tian was not his opponent. So what if he killed Zhang Mingqing? He could do it too. Moreover, he would do it faster and more perfectly than Luo Tian. I won't be so lucky in the next round. Chapter 4 has been sent. There are still updates at night, and Old Cow is still writing. I only hope to destroy the girl in front of me. I only hope to be the first shot of 2015. Chapter 911. Wu Feng wins. Ha ha ha. Wu Feng is Wu Feng, another beautiful instant kill. Too powerful. Wu Feng once again walked down from the stage. He once again looked at the dazed Luo Tian and said arrogantly, "Kid, your life is mine, just wait for your death." Wave after wave of disciples walked down. Some people won, and of course some people lost. The people who lost were dejected, but there were also people who were happy. After all, they wouldn't die on the stage like the other disciples. Being alive was hope, and being alive meant that everything was possible. It was a rotation. The referee walked up to the stage and said loudly, "Soaring Sky Sect's Lu Fei against Luo Tian." Originally, he wanted to continue saying Luo Tian, who didn't have any sect or power to take him in. However, the words were already on the tip of his tongue. In the end, he swallowed them back. It wasn't that he was afraid of Luo Tian, but that he didn't want to waste any time. He didn't even want to waste a few words. It's that kid's turn. This time I'll open my eyes and see clearly. Lu Fei, don't be like that trash Zhang Mingqing and get sneak attacked by that kid. Lu Fei, go beat that kid to death. The crowd began to clamor once again. Just now, Luo Tian had slapped their faces, which made them very unhappy. So they wanted Luo Tian to die on the stage. They wanted him to die immediately. They didn't want to see Luo Tian's cold eyes again. At this time, Asi rubbed his swollen cheeks. His eyes had turned into a panda's, and his clothes were tattered. He looked even worse than a beggar on the street. When he heard Luo Tian's name, his expression immediately changed. He said unhappily, "He can sneak attack once, but there won't be a second time. This time he will definitely lose." Lu Fei is a disciple at the second stage of the spirit martial realm. One move is enough to deal with Luo Tian with a broken dantian. Everyone looked at Asi. Then they asked around. Lu Fei is indeed in the second stage of the spirit martial realm. He can be ranked in the top 10 in this batch of disciples. Then what are we waiting for? Bet on Lu Fei. Bet on Lu Fei. Some of the gamblers became fanatical again. Many of them took out some cultivation coins from the soles of their shoes. Everyone's face was red as they fiercely glared at Asi. They coldly shouted, "If you lose again this time, prepare to die." Asi immediately said, "Everyone, we will definitely win this game. I guarantee it with my head." He was present during the talent test. It was impossible for a person with a low-grade talent to win. What happened just now was definitely a fluke. A large wave of people crowded around the betting window. "I bet 100 cultivation coins that Lu Fei will win." "I bet 150 cultivation coins." "I bet 200 cultivation coins." Once you lost, the amount of money you bet would increase. Every gambler was like that. This time, The amount of money placed was much higher than the first time. Dongfang Shuo still said the same thing. Eat as much as you have. I will accept all of it. In the arena, Lu Fei crossed his arms and closed his eyes, revealing a cold expression. Luo Tian was still the same, slowly walking up the ring. The referee repeated the rules, then walked down the ring and said loudly, "Let the match begin!" In that instant, Lu Fei's eyes stared, revealing a cold smile of disdain. "Trash, die!" The moment he said that, the long sword in his hand accurately stabbed towards Luo Tian's forehead. Haha, this sword cannot be dodged. Who knew that Lu Fei actually trained in the Chongtian sword technique? It seems like the Chongtian sect leader has high hopes for him. The Chongtian sword technique specializes in attacking one's vitals. Once the sword strikes, it is as quick as lightning and hard to block. This time Luo Tian will definitely die. Good. Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill. Everyone was delighted. The anger from being slapped by Luo Tian was about to be vented. However, Luo Tian's eyes turned vicious as he raged. "I gave you face, but you didn't want it. I said that I hate hearing the word trash. You still dare to say it. If I don't show my strength, you really think I'm a sick cat." Furious, one instant kill was not enough. One slap was not enough. "Then let's do it again." Luo Tian's right palm moved. He did not use any cultivation technique, just pure strength and speed. Stage 2 Spiritual Martial Realm. In front of a Stage 9 Spiritual Martial Realm, it was simply too weak. Luo Tian's figure flashed and instantly appeared behind Lu Fei. Lu Fei's sword pierced through the air. What was even worse was that he lost sight of Luo Tian's figure. His back felt cold. The moment he turned around, a slap fiercely fell down. Pa! A slap fiercely fell down. Lu Fei could not take it at all. This slap caused his legs to kneel on the ground. His entire head slammed onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, brain matter shot out, and he died. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lu Fei for gaining 20 experience, 2 essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for +1 sin. Luo Tian did not look at Lu Fei, who was on the ground. Instead, he coldly swept his gaze across and shouted angrily, "If I hear the word trash again, I will kill you." Finished. Luo Tian stepped down from the stage, not even looking at anyone. In that instant, another invisible slap viciously slapped the faces of those who mocked Luo Tian swollen. Left slap, right slap, it was very uncomfortable. Everyone's heart was abnormally uncomfortable. The entire square was dumbfounded once again. How was this possible? If the first time was a fluke, a carelessness, then what about this time? Everyone present could see it very clearly. Luo Tian easily dodged the sword and directly slapped Lu Fei to the ground. One move, instant kill. How was this possible? Didn't his pubes shatter? Didn't he not have any sect or power that could catch his eye? What was going on? Silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were on Luo Tian. The sect masters of the 13 sects and forces, as well as the newcomers who entered the ancient world with Luo Tian, all had ugly expressions on their faces. This was the muggle that they had mocked for a month? These 2 instant kills had slapped their faces swollen. Mocking him? This was mocking themselves. Without waiting for the surrounding people to erupt in discussion, something happened at the gambling house. See, you want to slip away. "This is the pubes you F** king," said was shattered. "Damn you! I was cheated out of 300 profound coin by you. This is the money that I worked so hard to earn for more than 30 years, and it was all cheated by you. Brothers, beat him to death. Kill him." The gamblers who had lost their money went crazy. They had lost 2 matches in a row, and they had even bet all their assets. They had lost just like that. 2 instant kills, they couldn't lose anymore. They blamed all of this on Asi's head. This time, they would definitely not let Asi off. They punched and kicked him on the ground. Asi hugged his head on the ground and begged for mercy. He cried and screamed, but no one cared about him. In the end, he was squashed to death by a fatty who weighed more than 300 kilograms. Luo Tian looked at all of this and grinned. Consider yourself lucky. If you had fallen into my hands, I would have let you die even more miserably. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Just a few more monthly votes. Just a few more votes to explode the chrysanthemum of the beauty in front. Brothers, this old bull only wishes for one shot. I beg everyone, let this old bull feel good for once. Chapter 9:12. Asi was dead. He died miserably. He was beaten to death. The last 150 kilograms fatty was pressed down and died. Even if he didn't die now, he would die in the hands of Luo Tian today. He was the first person who wanted to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian would definitely not let this person live. This was a small interlude. No one argued about Asi's death. It was normal for a person to die in Mushan City. What's more, Asi didn't belong to any sect. No one cared about his death. Mother asterisk her, I'm dead because of him. I lost everything. This is great, I've lost all my coffin money, many gamblers complained. Some were even very angry. They ran to Asi's body and kicked him a few times to vent their anger. It was also at this time the gambling house changed the odds. This time, the gambling house made a huge profit. These 2 profits were made by relying on Luo Tian. Dongfang Shuo revealed a rare smile and immediately asked the manager to change the odds. If it was 1 to 15 again, he would lose the previous 2 rounds. However, Luo Tian's odds were still very high. 1 to 5. It was still the highest odds. The more people liked to gamble, the more they would be stubborn. They all knew that Luo Tian's dantian was broken. He bet on 2 rounds and lost 2 rounds. Many people didn't believe this and still bet on Luo Tian to lose. It was like a competition. It was like betting on big or small in a casino. After dozens of rounds of big, many people would still bet on small. They believed that the next round would definitely be small. However, the odds of big or small were 50 to 50. It was still big, a little more. The higher the odds, the weaker the person was. This was also a very important reference. The manager asked, "Young master, isn't the odds of 1 to 5 too high?" Luo Tian is very strong. If everyone bet on Luo Tian, if he wins again, we will lose. Dongfang Shuo smiled, don't worry. In this round, there will still be very few people who bet on Luo Tian. In the next round, lower the odds for Luo Tian. However, his odds are still the highest. This way, there will still be very few people who bet on him and we will earn more. The old man was stunned and immediately said, I understand. I will do it now. Dongfang Shuo waved his hand and looked at Luo Tian in the corner of the square. He squinted his eyes and said to himself, Good boy, your dantian is broken, but you can still cultivate, and your cultivation level seems to not be low. What happened to your body? Interesting, ha ha ha. The poison tower's odds. Wu's odds were still the lowest. Luo Tian's odds were still the highest. One was ranked first, while the other was ranked last. The names of the 2 people formed a contrast. Luo Tian definitely won't win the next round. Now there are only 3 rounds left. Every disciple is at the 2nd stage of the spirit martial realm. No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he can't be a match for a disciple at the 2nd stage of the spirit martial realm. Not to mention Wu Feng. Bet on him to lose. I don't believe in evil. Well said. The gamblers' hearts were completely seen through by Dongfang Shuo. Most people still bet on Luo Tian to lose. The leaders of the 13 sections. Their expressions were all different. They were all questioning the elders who chose the disciples last time. Are you sure his talent is the lowest? Are you sure his dantian is broken? Yes. The testing stone will not be wrong. There is no light at all. It is obviously the lowest. That's strange. How could such a thing happen? This kid is a bit strange. Leader, since he is going to die today, it doesn't matter how strange he is. Wu Feng won't let him go. No matter how strong he is, he won't be a match for Wu Feng. Furthermore, Wu Feng has the spirit congregating sect, an elder by behind him. Even if Luo Tian doesn't die today, he will die. It seems like Wu Feng really has to kill him. If that's the case, the influence of the spirit congregating sect will increase. This is not a good thing for us. Many of the leaders started to think. Although they didn't want the spirit congregating sect to become stronger, it wasn't something they could control. Furthermore, they felt that it was a pity. The cultivation and talent that Luo Tian showed shocked them. If they could take him in as a disciple, then things wouldn't be like this. However, this thought only flashed by. Because Luo Tian would die, they weren't worried about offending the spirit congregating sect. But offending Bai Xian meant offending the House of Bai. This was fatal for the sects that relied on the House of Bai. Not long later, the judge walked onto the stage. Soaring Sky Sects Li Chen against Spirit Congregating Sects Wu Feng. Boom! Li Chen was blasted off the stage by Wu Feng. He died. Wu Feng wins. Next battle, for C Sects Zhou Dafei against Luo Tian. Everyone was filled with anticipation. It was Luo Tian's turn again. Many people rushed to the side of the stage. This time, they had to open their eyes and see clearly. At this moment, Luo Tian's influence directly surpassed Wu Feng's. Seeing everyone's expectant expression, Wu Feng's face turned ugly. He liked the feeling of being the center of attention. He liked to be the main character. But now, the plot wasn't going according to his plan. It was a bit off. The main character had become Luo Tian. He was unhappy. Zhou Dafei didn't insult Luo Tian like the previous two disciples. Instead, he smiled and said, Luo Tian, you should admit defeat. You are not my opponent. I am at the second level of the spiritual martial realm. Even if you have a bit of strength and speed, in front of me, you have no chance. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, I'll only know if I have a chance after we fight. Zhou Dafei smiled and said, then please. Then he made an inviting gesture. The judge also quickly walked down the stage and shouted, let the battle begin. At this moment, Zhou Dafei suddenly moved and released all of his power as a cultivator of the second level of the spirit martial realm. His entire body became extremely ferocious. He took a step forward and the stage suddenly shook. He heavily jumped up and his huge body covered the sky and the sun. Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes. Seeing that Luo Tian didn't react, Zhou Dafei revealed a proud expression and said, Trash, go die! 1,000 gene strength, press! At this moment, Zhou Dafei revealed an arrogant and proud expression. It was completely different from his previous calm expression. Who didn't want to show off on the stage? Who didn't want to show off in front of Bai Xian and receive the recognition of the House of Bai? Wu Feng and the others didn't have any chance. They could only step on Luo Tian. The more Luo Tian was in the limelight, the more powerful they would be if they stepped on him. This was a world of people eating people. On the surface it was like this, but on the inside it was extremely sinister. Hearing the word trash, Luo Tian's killing intent rose again. Chapter 913. Rumble. Zhou Dafei was a fatty of more than 200 pounds. Plus, he practiced the Qianjun fist of the 4C sect, which increased his weight to more than 1,000 pounds. Even a person at the second level of the spirit martial realm would be unable to breathe. Not to mention, Zhou Dafei was smiling on the surface, but he was actually a sinister and despicable person. Before the referee announced the start of the match, Luo Tian's body had already moved. It was just that he moved too fast for the others to notice, and Luo Tian didn't care. However, when he heard the word trash, he immediately became angry. Seeing Zhou Dafei's aura coming down with the sound of breaking air, it was really like a mountain pressing down. The surrounding people exclaimed. Ha ha ha, this time Luo Tian is dead. Zhou Dafei's strength is heavy. Luo Tian will definitely not be able to block it. He will definitely be pressed into a pile of meat paste. He won, he's going to win this round, ha ha ha. The crowd was boiling. They surrounded the ring because they wanted to see how Luo Tian would die. Just that, Luo Tian disappointed them. The moment Zhou Dafei pressed down, Luo Tian's footsteps moved, and his body took a step back. His speed was fast, his reaction was fast. It was as if he did not move at all. But because of this step, he accurately dodged Zhou Dafei's bombshell-like body. Rumble. The ring lightly shook. Zhou Dafei's body directly crushed a huge blue stone on the ring. If it was a person, then all the bones in the body would be crushed. This power was too terrifying. Zhou Dafei looked at his chest, his face was shocked, and he exclaimed in confusion, "Where is he?" The crowd also felt strange. Where is he? It's impossible to dodge. Where did that kid go? Look, he's in the sky. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at Luo Tian, who was in the air. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and he roared again, "Die!" She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. His body sank, and a trace of power pattern appeared under his feet. The moment he moved a step to dodge Zhou Dafei's body, he pushed off with his back foot and leaped into the air. The moment Zhou Dafei was lying on the ground, he ruthlessly stomped on him. He stepped directly on Zhou Dafei's head. Bang! His head split open, and brain matter splattered everywhere. Trash? Who's the King Trash? His aura was extremely arrogant and threatening. The entire square was completely crushed by Luo Tian. His words were like a bolt of lightning that struck everyone once again. The sect master of the Four Seas sect had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He had thought highly of Zhou Dafei, but he had never expected that he would be killed by Luo Tian in one move. Moreover, Luo Tian had completely broken the 1,000 catty fist of the Four Seas sect. This made him feel extremely embarrassed. Lost again, lost again. Oh my God, how did he find it? His reaction was too fast. My eyes couldn't even keep up with his speed. It's too terrifying. Is he really someone with a shattered dantian? How can such a person have low talent? How can his dantian be shattered? We must have been tricked. This is a huge scheme. Many people started to complain. Their hearts fell into despair once again. On the judge's stand, Bai Xian frowned slightly and thought to himself, this reaction is not something that a rank 2 spirit martial realm can achieve. What level is this kid's cultivation? A shattered dantian is impossible to cultivate. How did he break through? This was also the question in the hearts of the 13 sect masters. They couldn't find the answer. Dongfang Shuo was the same. He couldn't find the answer either. In a corner of the square, a woman in a black cloak emitting a cold aura curled her lips and laughed coldly. The handsome young man beside her was stunned. It was as if there were thousands of waves in his heart. He thought to himself, Senior Sister actually laughed? Am I seeing things? She can actually laugh? Following her gaze, he saw Luo Tian's back as he walked down the stage. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Wu Feng wins. Wu Feng, instant kill, instant kill. Luo Tian wins. Lost again, lost again. Who can kill him? Wu Feng wins. Luo Tian wins. The next few rounds were all won by the two of them. Wu Feng's attacks became more and more vicious. He didn't give his opponents any chance to live. He used his advantage in cultivation to crush them. Moreover, he killed them in one move. As long as they faced him, no one would survive. On Luo Tian's side, as long as they didn't say anything insulting, Luo Tian would just throw them off the stage and not take their lives. Although, their lives still had some experience and could also increase their vitality and sin value. However, Luo Tian did not kill them because of this. He was not a homicidal maniac and would not be controlled by the system. He would definitely not let go of those who deserved to die. those who had no enmity with him. He would not kill the innocent. He was not a good person, but he was not an evil person either. It's the last match. Rest for a quarter of an hour. The referee suddenly announced. Luo Tian stood in a corner with his eyes closed and a relaxed expression on his face. This kind of competition was not challenging to him at all, and he did not feel tired at all. At this moment, Bai Xian had unknowingly landed beside him. He smiled faintly and said, "Good job. I didn't expect you to be able to reach this step. However, it won't be so easy for you to win the next match." Luo Tian opened his eyes and laughed. "Why not what?" Bai Xian said in a low voice, "Why don't you take the initiative to admit defeat and apologize to Wu Feng in front of everyone in Martial Mountain City? I will make an exception and accept you as a disciple of the House of Bai. There is only one spot this time. If you become a disciple of the House of Bai, no one in Martial Mountain City will dare to touch you." Luo Tian sneered and said, "Disciple of the House of Bai? Is he very powerful? I'm not interested, and even if I win, I won't join any House of Bai." It wasn't that he looked down on the House of Bai. He just didn't like Bai Xian. Moreover, for someone like Bai Xian to say such words, once he admitted defeat, Bai Xian would turn hostile and might even kill him with his own hands. Bai Xian felt very embarrassed and shouted angrily, "Luo Tian, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you offend me, you won't have a good ending. If you offend the House of Bai, you won't be able to move an inch within a radius of thousands of kilometers." The House of Bai was a silver organization. They controlled the forces within a radius of thousands of kilometers. They were even more powerful in Lingyun City. However, Luo Tian had always been amenable to persuasion, but not coercion. Bai Xian's tone made him extremely unhappy. He sneered and looked directly at Bai Xian, saying disdainfully, "So what if I offend you? Bite me." Chapter 9:14. He hated being threatened the most. After entering the ancient world, Luo Tian only had one goal, and that was to find the antidote to the soul poison as soon as possible. He had never thought of joining any faction or sect. He only wanted to get the antidote and return to Tian Shan continent as soon as possible. But since he entered the ancient world, trouble had been endless. He endured it. He kept a low profile, but the result? In exchange for more disdain and ridicule. This made him very unhappy, extremely unhappy. He originally did not want to participate in such a low-level competition, much less become a disciple of the House of Bai. In the eyes of others, the House of Bai might be an unreachable silver power, but to Luo Tian it was nothing in his eyes. Even if he got first place, he would still refuse. This competition, Bai Xian wanted Wu Feng to win. This way he would not lose face. Moreover, he had already told the House of Bai about Wu Feng and guaranteed that Wu Feng would get first place. However, Luo Tian's appearance made Bai Xian very unhappy. He looked for Luo Tian not to discuss, but to order. Hearing Luo Tian's reply, Bai Xian's expression changed. His killing intent intensified. His eyes narrowed and his cold triangular eyes stared at Luo Tian. He said, "Kid, do you know who you are talking to? Offending me is equivalent to offending the House of Bai. Offending the House of Bai is the same as offending the House of Bai. Even if you have 10,000 lives, you won't be able to live. I advise you to be tactful. Later, take the initiative to admit defeat, kneel down and kowtow to Wu Feng. If you don't do it, I will make sure you die a horrible death." Luo Tian's mouth turned cold. He sneered. "Why wait? Come at me now. If you have the guts, come and bite me now. Do you think I am afraid of you? You dog, the silver powerhouse of Bai produced people like you?" He was not afraid at all. He used to keep a low profile. But now, if Luo Tian wanted to be high profile, he would not give face to Bai Xian, even if it was Bai Xian. Whoever mistreated Luo Tian, he would repay them tenfold. Threatening Luo Tian? This was what he hated the most. Bai Xian's face turned ashen as he gnashed his teeth. He wanted to kill Luo Tian, but he couldn't because he had the same idea as Wu Feng. He wanted Luo Tian to die in the arena. That way, his influence and Wu Feng's influence would increase. In the end, Bai Xian grunted heavily and said, "Fine, fine, fine. Luo Tian, remember what you said just now. Just you wait." After saying that, he left without looking back. Luo Tian smiled and said, "What are you waiting for? If you have the guts, come and bite me now. If you don't, then scram." Bai Xian clenched his fists, his killing intent soared. However, he managed to control himself. He smiled coldly and said, "You will die. You will die miserably, very miserably." After that, he walked towards the spirit congregating sect. Without saying a word to Wang Huan, he walked directly to Wu Feng's side and snorted, "I want you to kill Luo Tian. I want you to use the cruelest method to make him kneel on the ground and kowtow. In front of everyone in Marshall Mountain City, I want him to be consigned to eternal damnation." His voice was trembling. It was anger. Wu Feng naturally felt it. He said heavily, "Elder Bai, don't worry. I will definitely make him regret everything he did today. I will make him kneel in front of me and call me father." Bai Xian smiled with satisfaction. He took out a pill from his bosom and handed it to Wu Feng. He said, "This is a Sky Xian pill. After taking it, your cultivation will instantly increase by 2 realms. Once you are no match for him, take it immediately. Do you understand?" It wasn't that he didn't believe Wu Feng, but he wanted Wu Feng to use the cruelest method to make Luo Tian unable to climb back up. Because he was really angry. Wang Huan's pupils constricted. His expression was extremely shocked. He said in a trembling voice, "Sky Xian pill." Wu Feng carefully took it. His expression was the same. He was extremely shocked. This was a 3rd-rank pill. Although there were some side effects, once taken, one's cultivation would increase greatly. It was a life-saving pill. Bai Xian looked at Wang Huan's shocked expression and said, "Sect leader Wang, next year I will double the cultivation resources of the spirit congregating sect. You have to thank Wu Feng for this. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have gotten anything." Wang Huan immediately understood. He said, "Thank you, Elder Bai. Thank you." Sky Xian pill. It could instantly increase one's cultivation by 2 realms. Simply put, it could increase one's cultivation by 2 realms. However, there was a time limit. Once the time limit was over, the user would face a backlash. In serious cases, they would be crippled or even die. This was the terrifying side effects. The reason why he was shocked was not because of how strong this pill was, but because he was worried that Wu Feng would become a cripple after using it. Wu Feng had just arrived in the ancient world. He knew very little about the Sky Xian pill. He only knew that it could increase one's cultivation by 2 realms. How could he know that its side effects were so terrifying? Obviously, Bai Xian wanted Luo Tian to die, and he had to die. That was why he gave Wu Feng the Sky Xian pill. The meaning of his words to Wang Huan was very clear. You better be tactful and don't say anything. Otherwise, you won't get anything. Compared to Wu Feng, Wang Huan naturally knew whose side he was on. Looking at Wu Feng's happy expression, he thought to himself, "Everything depends on you. It's best if you don't use it. Once you use it, you'll be crippled. But it's better for my spirit congregating sect if you use it, ha ha ha." To Wang Huan, to Bai Xian, Wu Feng was just a chess piece. This chess piece would be abandoned when the time came. Bai Xian was furious. He wanted Wu Feng to kill Luo Tian and make Luo Tian pay a heavy price for his actions just now. However, he was worried that Wu Feng wouldn't be able to do it. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he gave Wu Feng the Sky Xian pill. Clang, a bell rang. The referee walked up the stage and shouted, "The last match will now begin." The entire plaza suddenly fell silent. Some people looked at Wu Feng and shouted loudly, "Kill him, kill him, kill him!" Some people looked at Luo Tian. "Beat him, beat him!" At this moment, The odds for the two of them were still higher than Luo Tian's, and there were still very few people who bet on him to win. Wu Feng walked onto the stage first. Looking at Luo Tian's slow appearance, he was extremely unhappy. He revealed a cold and arrogant expression and said disdainfully, "Trash! I said before that your life is mine. I'll give you a chance. As long as you kneel in front of me, kowtow and admit your wrongs, and call me father, I'll spare your life if I'm happy. Otherwise, humph, I'll beat you until you're like a dog, crawling all over the ground." Arrogant, abnormally arrogant. After obtaining the Sky Xian pill, Wu Feng became even more arrogant and did not put anyone in his eyes. Luo Tian walked up the stage step by step, his eyes slightly raised and his expression secretly changed as he thought to himself, why is there a golden light under his feet? There wasn't even one at the beginning. Could it be that he has become a mini-boss now? Just now, Bai Xian was looking for him, and it was also at that time. That is to say, he has something good on him that can drop? Ha ha, Luo Tian laughed. If you have a monthly vote, then help me vote. The old cow bowed in thanks. That's all for today. Good night, brothers. Chapter 9:15. Luo Tian was no stranger to boss mutations. When the opponent's cultivation level increased, the difficulty of the challenge would also increase. It was normal for a small elite monster to become a boss. However, Wu Feng's cultivation level didn't change, but he obtained a profound heaven pill. Because of this profound heaven pill, his body flashed with a thin golden light. Although it wasn't very obvious, he was indeed a small boss. He was also the first humanoid boss that Luo Tian saw after entering the ancient world. Luo Tian smiled and stepped onto the stage. At first, Wu Feng was somewhat afraid of Luo Tian's words, but now that he had the heavenly Xian pellet, he was not afraid at all. His eyes were filled with contempt, and he said with a cold and arrogant smile, "You should feel lucky that I let you live for 27 more days. However, it's okay. From the day you entered the ancient world, you were destined to die in Wushan City. It's good that you died in my hands. This way, my glory will be even more dazzling. In the future, I will be more valued in the House of Bai. I should really thank you, you piece of trash." If it wasn't for Luo Tian, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the profound heaven pill and wouldn't have been valued by Bai Xian. However, he didn't know how terrifying the side effects of the profound heaven pill were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought this way. Luo Tian's eyes shone with a golden light. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's start." He couldn't wait. He wanted to know what Wu Feng would drop. It had been a long time since he heard a ding sound. He wasn't used to it. Wu Feng's face was filled with pride. "What's the rush? Are you in a hurry to die? Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will make you kneel in front of me and call me father. I will step on you in front of everyone in Wushan City." After he finished speaking, Wu Feng sneered sinisterly. Luo Tian was really impatient. He looked at the referee and said, "Are you still not going to start?" The referee was stunned. He rolled his eyes at Luo Tian and said, "What's the rush? You can only start when I say start. If you dare to say another word, I will disqualify you." Luo Tian was furious. He clenched his fists in his sleeves. Immediately after, the referee looked at Wu Feng. Wu Feng lightly nodded his head. In an instant, the referee suddenly shouted, "Let the match begin." Before he said those words, Wu Feng took a step forward and formed a fist with both of his hands. On his fist, there was the sound of breaking through the air. He released all the power of a cultivator in the 5th rank of the spirit martial realm. He wanted to punch Luo Tian to the ground. Mountain River Fist. The most basic fist technique of the spirit congregating sect was also the most practical technique. Luo Tian trembled slightly, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. One move. What? Many people heard Luo Tian say 2 words, but they didn't hear what he said clearly. Luo Tian's body tilted slightly, and his right shoulder abruptly leaned forward. "Shao, Qin accurately dodged Wu Feng's 2 punches. Then he pushed off with his back foot, and the force on his right shoulder burst forth as he charged forward ferociously. It crashed directly into Wu Feng's chest. Pum! Wu Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his body retreated. The moment he retreated, Luo Tian's fists moved, and he sneered, "I'll let you see what is called Mountain River Fist." Both fists moved. One punch was like a mountain, and the other was like a surging river. The combination of mountains and rivers instantly poured all the energy in his body into his fists. Then he charged forward ferociously like a cannon, blasting out and exploding on Wu Feng's chest. Rumble! Wu Feng's back made a hua-la sound as the wind from the fists penetrated his body. The 2 fists broke the clothes on his back, and his entire body flew out. Pum! He heavily smashed onto the ground. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. There were 2 fist marks on his chest, and his internal organs were all shattered. But what made Luo Tian surprised was that he didn't die immediately. Damn, he didn't die. Luo Tian scratched his head and slowly walked to Wu Feng's side with an indifferent expression. Wu Feng's eyes were filled with fear, his entire body was trembling, and he begged, "Luo Tian, spare my life, I beg you! Spare me! Spare my dog life! I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." Luo Tian was not in a hurry to kill Wu Feng. Instead, he sneered and said, "What do you not dare to do? Am I not trash? Isn't it a humiliation for you to be with a piece of trash like me?" Wu Feng immediately said, I'm trash, my entire family is trash. Being with you is my supreme honor." Luo Tian said again, "Didn't you want to step on me to get to the top? Didn't you want me to kneel down and call you father? Come on, get up and be arrogant." Wu Feng's voice trembled as he anxiously said, "Father, father, you are my father. I will kneel down to you." As he spoke, he was about to get up, but at this moment, Luo Tian stomped him back to the ground. His gaze swept across and first looked at the spirit-gathering sect Master Wang Huan. Wang Huan's expression was extremely ugly as he clenched his fists. Wu Feng had made him lose all his face. Then, his gaze swept across the crowd. He looked at the sect masters of the 13 sects and the new disciples who entered the ancient world with Luo Tian. At this moment, the square was completely silent as all eyes gathered on Luo Tian. Finally, Luo Tian's gaze landed on Bai Xian as the corner of his mouth curled up. Bai Xian's expression was ugly as he said in a deep voice, "Brat, you better weigh how much you can do." He was already a disciple of the house of Bai half a month ago. If you kill him, you will be killing a disciple of the house of Bai, not waiting for him to finish. In front of Bai Xian, Luo Tian raised his fist and directly punched Wu Feng's chest. Bam! His chest exploded. Wu Feng's eyes protruded out, his body twitched a few times, and then he lost all signs of life. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wu Feng, for obtaining 120 experience, 30 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Sky Profound Pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 60 Profound Coin. Luo Tian was overjoyed and thought to himself, there really is a pill. And it's a pill that can instantly raise 2 levels? It's just like the Profound Explosion pill. Wow. No wonder this guy became a mini-boss. He really has something on him. It seems like when the system levels up, I can immediately find out if there's anything good on him. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He did not check the Sky Profound Pill's attributes in detail, but instead laughed coldly. He looked at the ashen-faced Bai Xian and laughed. Damn it, you're still threatening me? I've said it before, I hate being threatened the most. The dignity of the house of Bai had disappeared at this moment. Bai Xian was truly enraged. A strong aura erupted from his entire body. Luo Tian was too lazy to look at him. His eyes filled with anger, and he shouted in a deep voice, "You're looking down on me? F***CK. I'll ask you one question. Who else is there?" Chapter 1. This chapter, 20 monthly votes plus updates. From today until the 7th. 20 monthly votes plus 1 chapter. Double the period, which is October votes. The old cow is going all out. Brothers, if you still have the monthly votes, then vote like crazy. 100 votes, 5 chapters, 200 votes, 10 chapters, double the number of monthly votes to decide the outcome. Old Bull is going all out. Brothers, do you dare to fight with me? Chapter 9:16. After a month of anger. At this moment, Luo Tian completely vented it out. Just that. Following his words, the entire square was in an uproar. Dongfeng Shuo, who was in the gambling house, said he doesn't know how to keep a low profile. This is bad. He has offended all 13 sects in Wushan City. How can he escape now? The old manager said, "Young master, the accounts have just been calculated. This time, our gambling house earned a total of 130,000 cultivation coins. This time, you will definitely be treated differently by the main family. It is only a matter of time before you return to the main family." This is all thanks to that Luo Tian. The old man had a smile on his face. His expression was unusually happy. Dongfeng Shuo's brows furrowed as he looked at Luo Tian on the stage. He was thinking, Heavenly Feather Sect. Yao Hai's heart sank. This is bad. Not only did he offend the House of Bai, but he had also offended the 13 sections. How could he stay in Wushan City? The Heavenly Feather Sect master immediately shouted, "Elder Yao, I forbid you to interfere in this matter." Once he interfered, the Heavenly Feather Sect would be involved. At that time, it would definitely speed up his destruction. He did not want to destroy the Heavenly Feather Sect because of a Luo Tian. At this moment, the surroundings were still silent. It was completely suppressed by Luo Tian's aura. Luo Tian stood on the stage and did not want to go down. He moved his finger and pointed at Wang Li of the Spirit Congregating Sect. He sneered, "Elder Wang, didn't you send a bounty killer to kill me? Since you want my life so much, if you have the guts, get up here now." Challenge by name. The entire square was in an uproar. Wang Li was even more furious. He roared and madly rushed to the stage. "Kid, you are courting death. You can't blame others." 3 steps and a leap. In a few seconds, he landed on the stage from 100 meters away. His eyes were like an angry King Kong, and his teeth were chattering. He had been unable to bear it for a long time. He didn't expect Luo Tian to be so impatient to challenge him. Too arrogant. You don't know how to restrain yourself at all. He is truly courting death. Not only did he kill Wu Feng and become the #1 newcomer, he even wants to challenge the other elders. He is simply courting death. The crowd began to discuss. Wang Li flew into the air and landed on the fighting stage. His fists were like thunder and his footsteps were like the wind. He was in the 8th rank of the spirit martial realm. Dozens of punches surrounded Luo Tian's entire body. "Little brat, get down." Luo Tian was not afraid. Facing the oncoming fist shadows, Luo Tian remained calm and unruffled. His body slightly crouched, and the moment the fist shadow fell, he shot out explosively. Boom! This time, the power of a rank 9 spiritual martial realm exploded out. Buzz! In front of Luo Tian, Wang Li's strength and speed were too weak. He easily dodged the shadow of his fist. His fist smashed down heavily. Bang! Bang! Wang Li retreated. His face was filled with shock. He stared at Luo Tian and said in disbelief, "Rank 9 spiritual martial realm. Rank 9, this is impossible. Humph!" "You only know now." "Too late." Throwing out both of his fists, Luo Tian slid forward, his right shoulder bumping into Wang Li, sending him flying. Just as Wang Li was about to leave Luo Tian's attack range, Luo Tian shouted, "Wolf King Claw!" He fiercely pulled. Once again he pulled Wang Li back. At this time, the mountain river fist had cooled down. Both fists moved and fiercely smashed out again. Bang! Bang! Wang Li flew out and directly flew a dozen meters away from the stage. He heavily smashed on the ground. His body struggled and wanted to stand up. His eyes stared at Luo Tian with endless anger in his eyes. Plop! A severe pain came. His eyes rolled and his feet fell. He was dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wang Li. You have gained 190 experience, 50 essence chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 3 foundation pills. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 108 cultivation coins. Another few notifications rang out. Luo Tian calculated the amount of blood on top of Wang Li's head. Every attack and every damage was within his calculations. When Wang Li was on the stage, he didn't even look at him and coldly said one word. Die. The entire square quieted down again. Even Bai Xian, who stood up, suddenly sat back down. However, a manager of the house of Bai beside him stood up. His eyes were shining. Rank 9 spiritual martial realm? A rank 9 moon spiritual martial realm. How is that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a disciple with high talent can't do that. The ancient world is a middle-level world, and it is tens of thousands of times harder to break through compared to low-level worlds. Even the lowest level is the same. It is impossible for him to break through to the rank 9 spiritual martial realm in a month. Heavens, rank 9 spiritual martial realm. This is too strong. Is this a rookie with a shattered dantian and low talent? Who tested him? Is this person blind? The crowd broke out into discussions. They were completely stunned by Luo Tian. In the beginning, it was his method. Now it was his cultivation. Breaking through to the rank 9 spiritual martial realm in a month was impossible. But the cultivation that exploded out from Luo Tian's body was the rank 9 spiritual martial realm. It was a terrifying existence. Luo Tian's expression didn't change. He looked at the 13 sects again and roared, "Damn, who else?" His voice wasn't loud, but it exploded like thunder in the square. No one dared to look down on Luo Tian anymore. They were completely stunned by Luo Tian's domineering actions. Good, good, good. This is too beautiful. Brother Luo, you are now a disciple of the House of Bai. No one in the Martial Mountain city dares to touch you. If anyone dares to touch you, they will go against the House of Bai. I believe that the 13 sects won't ask for trouble, right? While they were talking, the middle-aged man beside Bai Xian walked out. He had a happy smile on his face. He looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a treasure. He was called Bai Lei. He was the manager of the inner court of the House of Bai. He was called here by Bai Xian because Bai Xian recommended Wu Feng. Wu Feng was indeed good. He also felt that he would become an elite disciple of the House of Bai. But compared to Luo Tian, Wu Feng wasn't even as good as trash. He was instantly killed. Luo Tian was surprised. He looked at Bai Lei and said, "I'm sorry. I already said that I'm not interested in the House of Bai. I also don't want to join any forces. Thank you for your kindness." At this time, Bai Xian suddenly stood up and angrily said, "Luo Tian, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Rank 9 spiritual martial realm is still trash in my eyes." Damn! Luo Tian directly cursed. He pointed at Bai Xian's nose and cursed. "I don't appreciate your kindness. What can you do to me? If you have guts, come up and bite me." Chapter 2 has been delivered. This chapter is the 40th chapter of today. Brothers, let's vote. Chapter 9:17. He couldn't bear to see someone more arrogant than him. Bai Xian's tone was full of disdain. Moreover, the expression on his face was also superior. Luo Tian's cultivation had indeed surprised him, but he was at the 4 symbols realm. How could he be afraid of him? He was repeatedly provoked by Luo Tian. As the manager of the House of Bai, how could Bai Xian endure it? He suddenly became angry. Bai Xian glared and shouted, "Kid, you're too arrogant!" While speaking, Bai Xian walked out step by step and walked towards the arena. Luo Tian said with an indifferent look, "Am I arrogant? Why don't I think so? But I think you're quite arrogant. Who gave you the right? Is it the House of Bai? If the House of Bai is full of people like you who look down on others, I'm afraid the House of Bai will be destroyed sooner or later." Preposterous! Bai Xian was even more furious. Anger attacked his heart. He couldn't wait to tear Luo Tian into pieces. It was too infuriating. Boom! He stepped onto the arena. Bai Xian coldly looked at Luo Tian. "Today you have to die even if you don't." At this time, the middle-aged man Bai Lei's expression was slightly stunned. He shouted, "Manager Bai, don't mess around." He was optimistic about Luo Tian, but he had no right to interfere with the recruitment of Luo Tian. In the House of Bai, the division of power was very strict. He couldn't casually interfere with things outside of power. Although Bai Lei's position in the House of Bai was higher than Bai Xian, he had no right to stop Bai Xian. Bai Xian retracted his expression and said, "Brother Lei, you've seen it too. This kid doesn't put the House of Bai in his eyes at all. He thinks he's so great. This kind of person deserves to die. The House of Bai is the overlord of this area. A piece of trash like him doesn't have the right to say anything." Luo Tian smiled and said, "That's a big accusation. Bai Xian, you should be more direct. I ruined your plans, killed the person you liked, and refused your invitations again and again. I made you lose face in Marshall Mountain City. If you want to kill me, why do you have to accuse me of something so big? Just come up and fight." Bai Xian sneered and said, "Brother Lei, look at this brat's sharp tongue. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he will really think that our House of Bai is a pushover. Where is the dignity of the House of Bai?" Luo Tian was very arrogant. He was rather arrogant. He had endured for a month. He had endured for a month in the Wu Mountain Range. He was unhappy, very unhappy. Originally, after slapping his face, he was prepared to leave. Who knew that Bai Xian would force him to participate in the competition? Then participate in the competition. Those who looked down on him, those who mocked him, all fell to the ground. He even killed Wu Feng, who Bai Xian had his eyes on, which made many people unhappy. Now that this matter was not over yet, Bai Xian jumped out. Since he wanted to make a fuss, he had to be high profile. Then he would make a bigger fuss. Then he would make it as high profile as possible. So, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. Even in the face of Bai Xian, who was in the Four Symbols realm, he was not afraid at all. He sneered and said, "Come on, what are you talking about? Who else is unhappy? Today, I will teach them all a lesson. If you're unhappy, then come." One Bai Xian was not enough. Luo Tian still wanted to expand the battle. If he wanted to make a big fuss, then he would make a big fuss. Moreover, even if there were no demon beasts to kill, the experience gained from killing some blind people was still very considerable. Just a little bit more experience, and he would be able to level up and receive the system reward. Luo Tian very much hoped that he could level up at this time. He wanted to let those people take a good look, who said that a broken Dantian could not cultivate, who was qualified to mock him as a waste. Are you looking for death? Luo Tian, you are too arrogant. Do you think that there is no one in Wu Mountain City? Dog, if we don't beat you down today, where will we put our faces? A new disciple is so arrogant. In the ancient world, people like you die the fastest. People kept walking up to the arena. Among them, the Spirit Gathering sect had the most disciples, and they were all elite disciples who had cultivated for years or even decades. Things had gotten out of hand. Everyone wanted to step on Luo Tian to get to the top. This might be their only chance, and many people did not want to let it go. Luo Tian took a few steps back. With a faint smile on his face, he shouted again, "Is that all you want to see? Who else? All of you come." In his heart, he was secretly happy, the more the better. I was worried about not having a place to level up. I am not a homicidal maniac, but these people are sending themselves to death, so they can't blame me. Warriors kept rushing up to the arena. They were all aggressive, filled with killing intent, as if they had a deep hatred for Luo Tian. It was as if Luo Tian had killed their entire family. They all had the same question in their hearts. If they killed Luo Tian, they would be chosen by the elders of the House of Bai and become a disciple of the House of Bai. This was the thought in their hearts. Gambling upstairs. Dongfang Shuo was getting more and more confused by Luo Tian. What does he want to do? The old man behind him said, no matter how strong he is, he can't deal with so many people. Among these people, there are 2 4-symbols realm warriors, and the other disciples are not weak either. The weakest is at the 8th level of the spiritual martial realm, 20 to 30 warriors at once. This kid can't deal with them. He must think that he can't escape Wushan City, so he might as well die in the arena. Dongfang Shuo shook his head and said, it's not that simple. This kid doesn't seem like a reckless person. Immediately, Dongfang Shuo showed a conflicted expression and said, Old Qin, arrange some people to protect him. The old man did not understand and asked, Young master, the Dongfang family rules forbid us from interfering with local affairs. If we do this, won't we? Dongfang Shuo said, if I can return to the Dongfang family this time, then he will be my benefactor. Protecting him is also a form of repayment. Even if the Dongfang family blames me, I will shoulder it alone. You go and make the arrangements. The old man hesitated for a moment, but seeing Dongfang Shuo's determined expression, he quickly left. Not long after, a few martial artists dressed like normal people walked out of the gambling house and approached the arena. In another place, the beauty under the black cloak had suddenly disappeared. The junior brother beside her did not react at all. Senior sister, you 2 pieces of trash, hurry up and find her for me. If anything happens to senior sister, your lives will be in danger. In another place, a few demon sect disciples looked at the arena, their faces revealing a playful and cold smile. Interesting. Just a rank 9 spirit martial realm, and he can be so arrogant. This kid is really bold. Interesting. Let's see what he will do next. Senior brother, we are here to find the green monster. The earlier we enter the mountain, the better. We won't delay. This is a good show. It is rare to see such a small place. We have to enjoy it. On the arena, Luo Tian was already forced into a corner. However, his face was filled with excitement. Let's kill! This is the 60th monthly vote. 6 votes away from 5 chapters. Brothers, old Neo is going all out. Don't stop. Chapter 918. The stage was filled with murderous intent. Under the stage, the undercurrent was surging. Bai Lei retreated to the side and silently observed everything. He wanted to protect Luo Tian, but this was outside of his authority, and he could not intervene. However, he would not let Luo Tian die. This disciple could reach the 9th stage of the spiritual martial realm in a month. It could be said that he was against the heavens. He must bring this genius back to the House of Bai. Kill! Suddenly, Bai Xian shouted, Luo Tian, this is the result of your public anger. Kill him for me. As soon as Bai Xian's voice fell, the surrounding 20 to 30 warriors all rushed forward. They all wanted to be the first to kill Luo Tian so that they could take credit in front of Bai Xian. Luo Tian's mouth curved coldly and said with a smile, Public anger? Ha ha ha. These people all want to enter the House of Bai. They have been working hard all these years, but unfortunately they have no chance. You bunch of trash want to step on my body and climb up? You all think too much. 9th stage of the spiritual martial realm, full power. Without waiting for their attacks to fall, Luo Tian rushed forward. Locking onto one person, his body rushed forward. Using inertia, he leaned forward and directly hit that person's chest with his shoulder. His fists instantly moved. Mountain river fist! His fists were like heavy cannons. Boom, boom! That person flew out of the stage and fell into a pool of blood. He struggled a few times and died. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian, the system sounded out. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, haha. Next. While talking, 2 attacks fell on his body. He took half a step back and stabilized his body. Then he madly rushed forward again. Wolf King Claw! Swish, swish, Mountain River Fist! Explode for me! Bang, bang, the Wolf King's claw followed by the Mountain and River Fist. 1 claw, 1 punch. Those in the 8th and 9th stage of the spirit martial realm couldn't withstand it. The arena was too small. Even if Luo Tian was surrounded, not many people could hit him. Instead, they couldn't use their hands and feet. This also created many opportunities for Luo Tian. Boom! Boom! From time to time, people would fly down from the stage, and from time to time, new martial artists would join the battle. Another one. Good, it's too wonderful. This is the most wonderful competition I've ever seen. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you're too awesome. What Wu Feng? What bullshit intermediate talent. Compared to you, he's simply too weak. Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian. Every world is the same. The strong would be respected. Was Luo Tian strong? He wasn't very strong, but he dared to fight, to kill, to be arrogant, to be arrogant. No matter who he faced, no matter what realm he was in, if he was unhappy, he would not give any face. If he didn't accept it, then he would fight. If he wanted to fight, then he would fight to the death. Just like in a team battle in a game. Kill, cripple, and make pregnant. Haha. Another one was sent flying. Another elite disciple of the spirit gathering sect. Luo Tian, good job, ha ha ha. The square was in an uproar. They didn't care who died. They were just here to watch the show. When they saw the exciting part, of course they would clap and cheer. However, some people's faces were not good. The sect leader of the spirit gathering sect, Wang Huan's face was ashen. Wu Feng died, Wang Li died. Just now, several elite disciples of the spirit gathering sect were killed by Luo Tian in a few moves. This caused the spirit gathering sect's vitality to be damaged. At this moment, the hearts of the other sect leaders became heavier and heavier. Every time Luo Tian sent a disciple flying, their hearts sank a little, and their teeth were about to shatter. If this continued, all 13 sects in the Martial Mountain City would be destroyed by Luo Tian alone. Moreover, other than that, there was another thing that they were worried about. They were extremely angry at the elders who recruited disciples last time. Such a genius, a super genius, a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, was evaluated as trash by you all. Why don't you all go and CK him? It was too unbearable. If they had such a super genius, it would not be impossible for their sect to become a silver force. However, just like that, they missed the best opportunity to become a silver force family. Right now, they were facing a fiend. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Another 2 disciples were sent flying out of the arena. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood and wounds. His health had also dropped to 1/3, and this was under the condition of continuously taking medicine. These people's cultivation was not weak. Luo Tian was already a very powerful existence to be able to kill 9 people in a row. Huff, huff, huff. Luo Tian's chest heaved up and down. The wounds on his body were bleeding, and his face was slightly pale. Looking at the place 2 meters away, those warriors' faces were filled with shock, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Now, they were not as impulsive as before. They no longer thought that Luo Tian was a soft persimmon, a stepping stone that they could step on to climb up. They were afraid. In their hearts, Luo Tian was a madman. Once he caught a person, no matter how many attacks he received or how much damage he received, he would not let go. He would definitely kill that person. He would not let Luo Tian catch him. Otherwise, he would definitely lose his life. This was the main reason why they were afraid. Compete in fighting? Luo Tian was really not afraid of anyone. Back then, he had also messed around. It was just that at that time he was young and insensible. He did whatever he wanted in school, and fighting was a common occurrence. After he stopped studying, he still spent some time. However, at that time, fighting was not like in school, but with a knife. If you did not fight with your life, you would definitely be chopped down by the knife. However, these were the past events of his youth. After he became a professional gamer, he had not fought even once. Of course, he had changed the battlefield. In the game, he was still a brave and hot-blooded madman. When he PK, he still did not care about his life. He especially liked the thrill of close combat, where blood and skills flew together and strength and speed resonated. That kind of feeling could not be described in words. He thought that he would never find this kind of feeling again, but now he felt it. This was a completely different feeling from the game. Experiencing it personally, it was very cool, very hot-blooded, very awesome. The more he fought, the more excited Luo Tian became. He was completely a fighting madman. Come on. Come on. Don't you want to step on me to climb up? You trash, come on together. Luo Tian's expression was unusually cold, and his sinister sneer was like the Grim Reaper. In an instant, Luo Tian fiercely took a step forward. Those martial artists all took a step back. No one wanted to be the first to rush forward. The fear in their eyes was more than at the beginning. At this time, Bai Xian was furious. So many people could not even deal with one Luo Tian. Suddenly he roared, "Whoever can kill him can become a disciple of the House of Bai." As soon as his voice faded, a fierce man in his 30s walked out from the crowd and shouted, "All of you get out of my way. I will take his life." A powerhouse of the four symbols realm appeared. The 4th chapter has been delivered. This is the 80th chapter